then over here, that was nice.
The problem is he's so fast on the straight and slow on the corner. I guess that's a practical.
Yep. How's the car feel with the lower tire pressure?
Feels better on the low speed, but not as good on the high speed.
Okay, so we'll leave them where they are.
Yeah.
Just leave them where they are.
Although the only thing I'm curious, is there a pressure
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Today is the beginning of the end, and the start of a new beginning. Time has come to refine yourself and let go of the demons in your head that have held you in captivity for so long. It's time to flip the page and prove them wrong. It's time for rebirth. Yeah, time's up to say goodbye to all the haters, doubters, and non-believers trying to bring you down. In the blink of an eye, you'll realize that there's so much more to the book than the page you were stuck on. Finally, you will be free to live a life you love living instead of the life you think other people want you to live. Remember, you are the highest authority when it comes to knowing what you want and what you love. So stop trading yourself for the approval from others. Ladies and gentlemen, weirdos and geeks, please repeat after me. I don't give a fuck.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
What's up, my mature audience? How are you guys tonight? Everybody happy? Shit's going down? It's cool. It's good times. Welcome. Look here over at my chat, which is now on this side. I'm going to go down the list and see who all's here. We've got Michigan Christian. What's up? We've got Ghost 1978 in the house. Chino Prime. Mr. Boulay, of course, the top mod of all the mods. Anson Knowles. I told you so. We're going to get into that. The Raging Patriot 1776. Great mod action out there from him. Joseph Ahoram. Wow. And Hexagon Lost in Asia. I hadn't seen you in here before. Maybe I have, and I just don't remember. But good to see you. If you are back, that's great. Shane Heber, however you say that. I think it's French. Good to see you back. Excellent. Savar Ogre. Dilly gaffing it up out there. That's awesome. Sport Brand is in the house and on fire, along with Damien, our resident parkour guy. Michelle, it's been a while since we've seen you in. Welcome back. Dano, another top mod in the house. And John Deadman, I see you out there as well. While I'm at it, folks, welcome back to the stream. Can I get a ball check, mic check, sweaty nutsack check? Can we get a camel toe check? Is there a camel toe in the house? I believe there's a camel toe. Can we get all of the checks? Check it out. All right. My mic is hot. You hear a crackly mic? Interesting. It's popping. It should be popping. Mic check. Good times. You guys know I can't actually hear myself. I don't have a monitor like a lot of people. I do not hear myself. I can't actually hear myself like this. Check it out. And then there's a delay. Check it out. It's not bad. Does seem like there's a little bit of delay. That's no good. Just turn that down. Should be okay. I got my mic volume low too. That may be. Whoa. That maxed it out. That's no good. How's that? Is that better? Check it out. Ooh, it's maxing, baby. Maxing. There we go. That's probably good. Be a little lower. It's closer. Check it out. Is that good? Is that better? Does it need to be turned down more? Still popping. And there's a fat old man on screen. That's me, Anson Knowles. And you're just mad you were wrong, sir. Welcome, Lindsay Smith. I see you out there. Welcome to all that are helping out tonight. I saw somebody else slip in under the wire. Who? What? Jade. That's Jade is there. And 13, Bujikon is out there. I think I had the mic level. I was messing with the mic levels earlier, And yeah, so I should have called in, but I was busy. So that's it. What's up, Flow State? I see you out there haunting my my chat. Welcome. Enjoy the show. Enjoy the show. No, don't time Anson out. He's just mad. And you know why he's mad? The reason poor Anson is mad is because I said weeks ago that RFK was going to drop out of the show. He just was. There was no doubt in my mind. RFK was cooked and he was going to endorse Trump. And Anson said, no, can't happen, not going to happen. It's something that, you know, just wasn't even on the table. And he was wrong, because that's what they announced just the other day. It went into effect today, I believe. And now RFK is endorsing Trump. Now, there's two ways to look at this. The first is a lot of the people who follow RFK are fucking weirdos. Like legit weirdos. Like not a little bit. They're fucking they're really fucking crazy. So there's another change tonight, guys, is that I'm using a different computer. It is entirely possible that the computer itself is not I don't have the settings right for the speed with which I need to the speed which the sound needs to work. Is it still popping? I can't hear it. Let me turn this up. Is it still popping? I can't hear it. Let me turn this up. Still popping? Still popping? Yeah. All right. Well, stand by, guys. I'm going to see what I can do. All right. Let me this will be interesting. So let me technical difficulties. Please stand by. All right. I'm going to cam down and change this. I messed up. All right, let's see how I do this. Like that. This whole thing's gonna be like super pissed off. All right, one more time. That's totally cool. All right. So. Boom. All right. So this I don't care about. Okay, cool. All right, guys, I have successfully swapped complete computers. So stand by while I get everything set up and make this all work again. Mic is good. Everything's good. All right, now mic check. We got that. Are we good? Is mic good now? This is like literally the most fucked up thing ever. But hey, man, it's working. It is working. Sweet. I have two computers running. One of them, I just switched everything over to another computer. And hey, man, it's all good. Interesting. Very interesting. So I have no volume. Let me turn my volume. All right, here we go. Now I have everything set. We are back live 5x5. You guys should be able to hear me just fine. Let me make sure that everything is set. Everything is. Bam, just like that. I got everything smoothed out. So I have the computer that runs my. I'm trying to use the computer that runs my flight sim, so I don't have to move my laptop from one place to the other. My laptop is an MSI Raider GE76. That's what I normally run the show off of, and that's what I'm running it off of again. I also have a gaming computer. I don't know what the fuck this thing is, but it's an AMD Ryzen chipset, and I think the problem isn't the computer itself because it runs the flight computer and everything perfectly. The problem, I think, is the that it doesn't have as strong a Wi-Fi as the laptop does. The laptop has an amazing Wi-Fi. Like I'm streaming on Wi-Fi right now, and I have very high. I mean, I have super high upload and download speeds. But I haven't run a test on the gaming computer to see if it runs the same upload download speeds. So that'll be cool. So anyway, yeah, I'll get to it. Right now, everything is there's not even a keyboard connected to that laptop anymore. Everything runs anyway. It's all set up now. It's all back to where I normally have it. It was just it's been working fine all day, and the second I start streaming, it goes away. Let me roll back through the chat really quick. I got like multiple people talking to me, and we'll get there. Raging, and then I've got some interesting news coming up, and we'll get to all of it shortly. So just calm down. Glenn, you may need a new link. Sorry, buddy, because I fucked everything up. I will get that now, assuming I can make my mouse work. There we go. I will be sending that un momento. All right. So now that little bit of drama is gone, OPC Don, I hope Ava does kind of make the most use of the chance that she's been given. I don't get the feeling that she's a particularly nice person, so maybe she is, maybe she isn't. It's but it is what it is. So Raging Patriot asked me a really good question in the chat. Mods, everybody, so everybody hears this, and nobody thinks that I'm hiding anything. We only display links of people's channels that are friends of the show. So in general, that should be run by me. Most of the time, it's not a big deal. Like if Michelle doesn't have a channel, but if she did, we would run her channel. Josie's channel is fine to run. Obviously, Glenn's channel. There's some others out there that are perfectly okay to run in the chat. It's totally cool. But there's some that I would prefer not to have run in the chat. I don't know that I really necessarily want to get into who can and cannot, not publicly, but I will be glad to do that. Lindsay Smith, Glenn Lawrence has been, where was that? Glenn Lawrence had an accident on Monday afternoon around lunchtime. He was punted off of the highway in his personal vehicle. He is fine. He is dealing with some back pain and some other pain from that accident, and he will be he will be joining us shortly. Basically, he told me he'll be on in about 20 minutes. That'll be great, and he may go back to sleep. You never know. And but he's coming back. He's back in the shape. He and I have been talking all day. We've got some cool stuff going on, and stuff to move forward with. I don't really know how much I'm going to say in this podcast about it, but we do have some cool stuff coming up, and it's going to be awesome. So I'm going to get back to Mr. Anson Knowles and I and several people. We had, as a matter of fact, I need to change my hat. Give me 1 second. We had talked many times about how the RFK Trump deal was, kind of a big, it's a big deal, right? And part of the reason why it's a big deal is, to be honest with you, because Trump and JFK met many times early in the process back even before the primaries. They met several times, and he had. And in my opinion, I honestly thought that RFK was going to be Trump's running mate, and I thought, Josie, she is not a 304, so fuck off out of here with that shit if you're going to be that way. We'll get into that in a minute. That's why I put the hat on. We're going to get into Hawk Tuah Girl here in a minute. But anyway, so RFK, I thought that it would be a good ticket. There's a couple of reasons why I thought that. And when he came out with his own campaign, I kind of feel, I was like, well, you know what? That makes sense. So, on a couple of levels. So let's look at this again. And I felt like that, first of all, RFK pulls a lot from the Democrats. He pulls a lot of people because he's a moderate in most respects. And he would have balanced out Trump, to be honest with you, but he didn't. That's fine. RFK, my personal opinion is RFK is doing exactly what he needs to do, because when he endorses Trump, the people that follow RFK are not your typical Democrats that are just going to swing back to the left and go with Kamala. They will go to Trump, or they will not vote. In either case, it's fine, because they will not help the Democrat Party, which is the entire purpose of the exercise. We do not want anybody really helping the Democrats if we can avoid it. Even though technically, I would say that even though the Democrat Party currently hates, and I mean hates, RFK, he's still moderate, and he's, they just hate him. So it's great. And exactly what I said would happen is happening. And it will continue to happen. I don't know that Trump is going to win, but I do believe we're on the road to it. And so many people told me I was nuts and I was crazy and it wasn't going to happen. And I knew that it would. That's pretty cool. As far as the, so this is actually Sport Brand. This is actually a really interesting concept. I personally believe that what RFK is angling for, I think RFK wants a cabinet level position. And maybe if it's not cabinet, then he wants an ambassadorship. He wants he's looking for that not magic ticket, but he's looking for that missing link that he needs to be in the a stronger position to make a stronger bid for the presidency down the road. And I really do believe that. I really do think that I think that's the case, no matter what. And I just don't see any reason for RFK to be doing everything that he's doing without that being exactly the case. And so he can't, he is literally playing the you scratch my back, I scratch yours game, and he's going to win. And what's more, the country's going to win and Trump's going to win because of it as well. So that's great. I really like that. So, and I've been saying this all along, and it's coming true pretty much exactly the way I said it would. It's a little earlier, to be honest with you. I honestly didn't expect RFK to drop until, honestly, I didn't expect him to drop until mid-October, but it works out for us in any case. All right, so let's talk about the Hawk Tuah girl, because we were talking about that earlier today, and I think it's an important conversation because I don't know if you guys are paying attention, but she is just everywhere. And I'm going to turn this monitor off because it's bugging the shit out of me now. Oh, shit. I killed both monitors. There we go. All right, there we go. Cool. The reflection in my glasses was killing me. It was very distracting. So, but the way that it was with the Hawk Tuah girl, I think what we have to remember is she's like super base. Like every single interview I've seen of her has been just honestly, it's been amazing. Like it's like you can't even make up this stuff. It's so cool to see someone that is that genuine, that is that based on a level that we don't normally see. I think what gets people going about this is, hey, what's up, Speakeasy? Hey, man, we were supposed to talk about doing some moderating, and I forgot, man. I apologize. I keep meaning to reach out to you. I just forget about it. I do apologize, though. I should. I'm being a dick, and I know I'm being a dick, and I don't mean to be. So if you will, I hate to ask you to remind me, but if you'll just reach out, man, whenever you have time, and we'll get something going. It'll be I'll be glad to as time allows, moderate for you. So I hate to ask you to reach out, bro, but unfortunately, like I said, I've just been I just can't seem to get caught up lately with all the stuff that I have to do. So I do apologize, but it is what it is. You know what I mean? So it is embarrassing though to ask you to have to ask you to do that. That's very embarrassing. So yeah. Anyway, let's get back to this. I just saw something about camel toe. Where did camel toe go? That doesn't matter. Anyway. All right, guys. So back where we were, the Hawk Tuah girl. The Hawk Tuah girl is important because she has proven to be a very based young lady. Okay, she came to notoriety because of a kind of a weird saying, right? And it was just funny, right? And there were so many that assumed early on that she was this 304, this whore, this thing. Josie, are you still in here? I want you to hear this. And she was, and so many people are like, oh, it's just another 304, just another whore, just another attention whore, whatever. And then the opposite was true. She literally had zero social media presence. Like you couldn't find her. I almost tracked her down. I got really close because I'm local to her. And from the beginning, I said, I don't think this girl is a 304. I think that she's just funny and she's a smart ass. And she said something funny on a video, right? And it went viral, and that's fine. So every single time that we hear about her, it's even more cool. It's every single time it's cooler than the time before. I saw an interview with her a couple of weeks ago where she said that she tells her friend who gets all excited about these random dudes that they meet or these cute boys that they go to school with or whatever. And, she says, what's good for the whole ain't always good for the soul. I mean, fuck, that's awesome, man. She's just funny. And she talks about how, you know, she made a video about how to tell her grandma why she was famous, right? And like how kind of embarrassing that was. And she made a video sitting on her porch talking about how no, she's not selling you her underwear. No, she's not doing weird shit. And no, she doesn't have an OnlyFans, and you will never see her naked. And that is fucking dope. I mean, that's badass, because you see so many young women these days get this much notoriety, this much. And the next thing you know, they're on OnlyFans selling nudes for at subscription rate, you know. And it's just so awesome to see someone that can be funny, and not be cunty. You know, she's super funny. She's super I just think that everything she said it's just hilarious. And it's just funny. But she's not being like super cunty about it. She's not being a bitch. She's not a power babe, you know, none of that. And so it's been really awesome to watch. It's so different than all of the 304s and all of the whores and all of the nonsense that we put up with these typical stupid ass degenerate women. And yes, Anson, if you bought some, you were wrong. What's up, Austin Saleya? I see you there, man. Do I say your name right? Is it Saleya? How is that? Am I saying that right? But I mean, I got to be honest with you, man. I think the Hawk Tua girl is just fucking awesome. And merch idea for the channel, bumper sticker that says "Be funny, not cunty." Perfect. That's perfect. If it's not relevant, will a 427 from a F800 truck work for a drag motor? Probably, if you rebuild it. A Chevy guy told me the truck blocks are different. Yeah, I believe a lot. Well, I don't know. It depends on the year. I think most of the truck blocks are 427. I think most of the truck blocks are not side oilers. I think they have an oiling problem, but I'm like 99% sure that it can all be fixed. With enough money, anything can be fixed. It doesn't matter. I'm not a V8 guy, so that's the thing. Anson Knowles, stop it. Bad Anson Knowles. Somebody get a newspaper. Roll up a newspaper and hit Anson Knowles on the nose. Bad Anson. You know, 2 different women tomorrow that's bad. Don't do that. It's bad. All bad. All right, back to Hawk Tua. Okay, yeah. So the Hawk Tua girl, I'm happy to see that she's doing well. I know that she was on a show the other night, and she said something. They were talking about, one of them asked how much money she had made, and the other one's like, "Oh, you don't have to answer that." And she's like, "Yeah, you know." So I mean, I get paid to show up, you know, and the guy's like, "Oh yeah, it's probably like an appearance fee or something." And she's like, "Yeah, that's right. It's several $1,000s for her to show up and talk to people or whatever." And that's fair. You know, that's great. And but the best part of it was she was talking about how she checked her banking account the other day and about passed out from the amount that was in her bank account. Like, you know, she's never considered making this much money in this short a period of time. I mean, you have to understand that she was working in a spring factory and a general store. She quit college to move home and take care of her ma and grandma. And that's great. Michelle, bad Michelle, bad. It's not okay if they don't know about each other. It's not okay. Bad. I'm going to make you guys sit in a corner with a dunce cap on, if I had a dunce cap. But But it's a never count on them not knowing each other. Just FYI, that can't happen. There's movies about that shit. But the Hawk Tuah girl, I just the more I see the clips, the more I watch her interviews, the more that I hear about the things that she says and does, the funnier it is. Hello, Arthur Daya. Finally glad you made it. Project VO Pod. Jake, is that you? Is that you? Well, Jake, you're half Mexican, so I guess you can do whatever you want. It's a fucking headache. Yeah, it is. I'm not a big Ford guy either, OPC Don, so don't lump me into that. She is just plain adorable, Lindsay. She just is. And the fact that she is 2 dates in the same day. How do you know he's not going to sleep? But he could have game. Why do women just automatically assume a dude doesn't have game? He could have good. I mean, he's been married. Obviously, he has some game. I mean, he could have game. Like he could show up, play up, and throw down. You never know. He could. That's not a diss. I'm pumping a man up. He could. Yeah, behave, Anson. Yeah, married the first time. Whoa. You guys see, this is what happened. Women automatically think that all men are fucking losers. And I'm like, dude, no, he could have game. Yeah, he'll start talking politics and she'll excuse herself. Nah, Kevin, he's smarter than that. I can tell you, Anson's a smart dude. He's going to oil his beard. He's going to show up. They're going to get tore up. And that's going to be the end of it. That's what's going to happen. So Anson, no. That's 5'7" and 6 foot when he stands on his wallet and attitude. That's awesome. Yeah. Don't be a degen. I'm not being optimistic. I'm telling you, man, I think the man's got game, and I think he's gonna. I think 2 dates in one night is a recipe for trouble, especially if they know each other. So, Michelle. Anyway, back to the Hawk Tuah girl. The Hawk Tuah girl is hilarious. I think she's funny. Anson's got that Gandalf game. That's funny. That's funny as shit, man. That is fucking funny. That's great. Mother and whoa. RP 1776. Let's dial it back a few notches, bro. Dial it back. Don't let them know where you live. That's right. That's how you get your car keyed. And no video, Anson. No video. Just remember, there's no video. No, sir. This is great. I shall not pass on anyone. Let's go. Good evening, Cheryl. How are you? We're having a great time tonight. It is it's fucking Friday, guys. Gandalf's got two dates lined up tomorrow night. Mother and daughter is a sportsman special. I've heard that before. There's no diss. What diss? There's no diss. There's just that thing over there. Michelle for the win. I'm glad you got off work, Cheryl. That's the best time of the day. So, yeah. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, again, I really This is very funny. That's very funny. Nitty, where are you from? Which how did you find us, Nitty? Let me highlight this. Where'd you find us? How'd you find us? Where'd you come from? We want to know. Inquiring minds want to know. Kevin, that's rude, man. That's rude, Kevin. Kevin, you need to put the minion back on your avatar, man. That's funny. YouTube homepage looking for live streams to talk to people. Really? Okay. We Nitty, we I do have people up to talk. There's no like requirement. I do about an hour or so of monologue, and then I have a guest coming on if he wakes up, and if he doesn't, then I'll have people up anyway. So yeah, that's an L for you, bro. That's an L for you. So, what do you think so far, Nitty? Am I entertaining you? Are you not entertained? This isn't a safe space. Yeah, there are hurt feelings everywhere. So, okay. All right. Yeah. Hawk Tua is a hero. The hero we didn't know we needed. The Hawk Tua girl is the hero we do not deserve and did not know we need. So that's that. You need a Lorca and Gladius to say that line. That's funny. That's good. I think I have a fencing saber in the house. 12-hour shift. That's no bueno. What's up, effing epic? You're slaying the walleye. I have not. I've never been walleye specifically fishing. I should, but I don't. I think I don't know that it's exciting enough for me. I like bass fishing, so. Josie, are you still out there? Did you get mad and leave? Did you take your toys and run away? Walleye apparently are supposed to be delicious, but yeah, I don't know. Bass fishing is where it's at, man. Especially a topwater bite. You get a good topwater bite going, and it'll just get you, man. They just bang on. It's awesome. It's what you need. What you need. So we've kind of worked our way around. We've done cars, Hawk Tua girl, bad, my bad use of technology earlier. Yeah. I'm sometimes a little too hard on Josie. I don't mean to be. But I am. Oh, a hat trick. Anson Knowles going for the hat trick. Hat trick. That's right. Yeah, that's a good time, Ghost, 1978. Yeah. That's cool. Why am I so hard on Josie? I don't know. It's fun. I don't know. The Josie really pissed me off a little while back, and I'm more or less over it, but at the same time, I have like a very low limit of tolerance for her nonsense. So less so than I do with other people for some reason. Cam and Anson get on the panel. Anson's been up before. Anson was up last week. I think I annoyed him. I don't know why. Bass if you don't fish somewhere. You know, I don't know that I really care much about saltwater fishing. I would like to do like some marlin fishing. That seems like that'd be fucking hilarious. But yeah. I have not done big trout fish. I've only had small trout, and they're not that they're fun, but they're not that fun. Effing epic. So but bass are where it's at. There's just nothing, and that, you know, obviously it's not as fun having a you know, if you're bumping bottom or something, but the I didn't think I annoyed you either, Anson, but there's the off chance that I do, you know. It's off a chance. I can be, what's that word? Abrasive. Abrasive. That's the word. I can be abrasive. So yeah. I've been big into swim bait fishing lately. And you know, it's like, you ever notice that the way fishing works a lot like other sports, right? Like you get, you know, I started off just using live bait and catching crappie and bluegill, and that was cool. And then I went to lures, and I still caught crappie and bluegill, but then I got into bass fishing. And then, you know, you take what will work, like, you know, you can take your soft plastics and your crankbaits and things like that. That'll work basically any day you go on the water, and you just have to make it harder and harder on yourself for no damn reason whatsoever. Like I literally, no kidding. For some stupid ass reason, I will. I've got into swim bait fishing. These are like super expensive first, and second, they're hard to fish. You could spend all day fishing and get like 1 or 2 bites, and maybe none, like 0. And it's just, I don't know. It's pretty terrible. It's pretty terrible. I don't know why I make it harder on myself. Yes, I am abrasive. Also, abrasive has only 1 B. So, you know, just throw that out there. Yeah. 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 That, and even the American ones, the handmade American swim baits are just fucking expensive as shit. So I have heard that a stingray fights harder than a lot of fish, but most of the stingrays that I'm aware of have been caught foul hooked. So I don't know. So you're an engineer, not an English major. Accuracy matters, bro. Accuracy matters. Anyway, all right. I gotta turn this up. There we go. Turn it back up to whatever. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's kick this pig. So, anyway, so the Haktua girl, not really as bad, I think, as a lot of people want her to make her out to be. She's definitely not a 304. She's not, you know, she's as near as I can tell, she's actually pretty based. I'm impressed as hell that she dropped out of college to move home and take care of her family. That's just fucking awesome. Like that. It's an interesting thing to me because in my day, being an old person, that was kind of a common thing. And now it doesn't seem common at all. As a matter of fact, it honestly seems like a lot of people, even in my age group, don't give a shit about their parents beyond what they might be left in a will. And so it's an interesting deal. And you know, whatever. Yeah. So there we go. I was kind of hoping Mr. Lawrence would make it in. Maybe he's tried and been denied. So okay. Uh-oh. See if we can get Glenn in here. Yeah, everyone thinks I'm nice. I don't know why. I don't think I'm not. I don't think I'm really that nice at all, to be honest with you. I think the burden of proof would show you that I am barely. To be honest, I'm probably barely. Probably not even supposed to be out in public with my attitude. But yeah, it's yeah. Well, I'm known far and wide as kind of an asshole. Yeah, that's a real thing. Like I'm not making that up. That's that's pretty legit. So it is what it is. So yeah. Yeah. Not mean. Don't listen to them. You're a nice guy. Yeah. Moderate my tone to a perfect level. What would you like to talk about, Nitty? Since you're the new guy. Oh, wrong button. Yeah, to some degree that's true, Nitty. I'll go with that. Pick on the new guy Friday. That's a new one. That's funny. Mr. Boulay, don't be mean. Let's see what Michelle says, and I think Michelle is actually, for those of you who don't know, Michelle is very smart. I think there's a huge difference between being the asshole who is right and valid in their thinking and an asshole that is an asshole for asshole's sake. I try and be right. I'm not always right. I'm quite often wrong, but at least I try to be right. I can't say that for everyone, and I think that most people would rather assume that they're right than even make the smallest amount of effort to be right. And it's just the way it is. What am I trying harder for? You guys can't write like one line sentences and expect me to understand what the hell you're talking about. I just said a bunch of stuff. And you guys are like, I remain unconvinced. About what? I just said a lot of shit. Michelle is smart and hot, according to Anson Knowles. Damn, Anson. Anson Knowles, I told you he has game. Anson Knowles has game. That's what's up right there. Anson Knowles that's why Anson can't date two girls on the same day. He's got too much game. Lindsay Smith, have I ever been sued by a woman? I'm asking because you refuse to be alone with them. I'm assuming it says them in the workplace. No, I have not. I've been sued by men though. I just refuse to be alone with them in workplace because it is just a bad idea. And you know, I get it. You know, I come from the generation when none of it was in there was no reason to worry, right? Like men got a fair shake, but these days men don't get a fair shake. You are literally as a man, you are guilty even if you're proven innocent. And we see that over and over and over again. And I just don't I don't agree with that. And I would never want to be I would never want to give any latitude to that. I wouldn't want to be put in that situation. Now, I have known men who've been sued. I've known men who've lost their careers, lost their wives, and just generically had a very poor result because of such things. And I just don't so I just don't take the chance. Now, that's easy. That's actually pretty easy for me because I do not generally even associate with women. I don't have any need to, other than that in a public setting anyway. But I would just never put myself, and I tell people not to put themselves in that situation. All it takes is for one woman to come up with something that's even half-assed credible, and your life is in turmoil. So, brothers one, she gets half as, yeah, I believe you. So, yeah, I mean, it's just it's just a low percentage thing. So that's I wouldn't want to do that. Yeah. So you guys are having fun in chat tonight. That's good. It's kind of it's not a chill stream per se, but it kind of is. I think Glenn's passed out. I don't think Glenn is awake right now. He said he'd come on in 20 minutes, and it has been well over 20 minutes, and he is not here, and he is in fact passed out. I could call him and see what he's got going on. As a matter of fact, I think I'll do that. I'm going to mute my mic for just 1 second. And you guys just hang loose. I will be right. I'm not going anywhere. You'll be able to see me. But I just. He will be on shortly. He is on the phone, and we'll be here. Welcome, Lana. I know the sound was off. I turned it off. So, yeah. Wash off that degen dirt with soap that will cut through feminism funk. Try tactical soap today. How about that? Lindsay Smith, I've been married for 19 years. When I dated, I was just very careful the way I dated, and I do not have a prenup. But I come from a different time, right? Like, I honestly was pretty stupid early in my life. There's many occasions where I was in situations that if I were in that same situation today, I'd be very shocked to survive without having been sued or arrested, or maybe even arrested. I did actually have a female roommate. I've told the story before. I had female roommates for a number of years, and this is contrary to to what I preach. I very often preach things that against the very things that I did, because I did them, and I look back on them and I see where I was such a lucky bastard that I would never recommend that anybody do it. Okay. So for example, I had female roommates multiple for years, actually. As a matter of fact, I preferred to have female roommates because in general, my experience is I would have a male roommate, and regardless of how clean either of us were individually, once you put two men together, one of them becomes a fucking slob. And I just couldn't, I just didn't like living like that. And I just basically always had female roommates, and that worked out for me. It actually worked really well for me, to be honest with you. And I had, I just would never, I mean, I was alone with them from time to time, but it was a very, it was a different age, to be honest. And I would not do that now. And I wouldn't recommend that anybody do it now. I used to recommend that young men have, if they could, have a non, and these were not women I dated, by the way. Okay. So like, these were literally just roommates. Like, there was no sex involved. I didn't go out with them. If they asked me out to dinner, I thought it was the very strangest fucking thing on the planet, and I would not do it. Never dated them, no sex, none of that. Right. So but I was able to watch the way these women operated. That was the interesting thing, is being able to watch firsthand how women operate when they don't consider you any kind of threat, or they don't take you seriously or whatever. And the the reality was, I mean, I just got lucky in a lot of ways. I will freely admit that I just got lucky in a lot of ways. So that said, I had a female roommate at the end who I literally got pissed that I had a girlfriend. And I think that's the reason, or I really don't know why she got all pissed off, but she ended up, I wasn't even really late on the rent, but I was demanding that she show me the utility bills. None of the math added up on the utility bills. It was like I was paying for all of the utility bills. And originally, I was just trusting her as to, she would say, hey, electricity's $250 this month. Right. And I would just give her the $250. And I just trusted her. And that was a bad plan. So one night she just went fucking psycho and started throwing my shit out of the house. And so I would just carry it back in. And eventually she made so much noise about it that the neighbors called the cops. And in the throwing my stuff out in the yard, she had slammed the door on me a few times, and actually on my hand, she'd kind of broken the skin a little bit. It wasn't any big deal. But one of the cops noticed and asked me about it. And I said, yeah, she slammed the door on my hand, and, she slammed my foot and whatever. And then I had a little, it wasn't like it was a big deal. And he's like, well, you could have her, arrested. And I'm like, really? That seems weird. And yeah, you definitely, you could definitely have her, she could go to jail. We take that really seriously. And I thought, wow, that's crazy. And obviously I didn't have her arrested, but the cops made a real point to tell my roommate that that, you know, if they had to come back out, regardless of what else happened, she was going to jail for the night. I thought that was funny. So, Clover Tack, I am still rambling, you part-timer. So shut the hell up. But anyway, the you know, I ended up moving out like a week or so later, and it was no big deal. But you know, but I, you know, that's actually probably where I really started to not trust women on a much higher level, and taking it a lot more seriously than before. So, is what it is. You know what I mean? So, but stand by. I'm getting beeped, buzzed, whatever the hell it is. So, that's what we got here. The hell? Never mind. I don't know what just fucking beeped, but whatever. Anyway, let's see. There we go. Any other questions? I forget who asked me that. Lindsay Smith, you asked. Anything else you would like to know? But yeah, I mean that's kind of part of the history there. Damn, Anson. Sorry to hear that, brother. Do I have any daughters, Lindsay? No, I do not. I do not. I do not. I have 2 sons. My social, it's I don't remember what my social media is, but it's probably Grid One Motorsports, something at something is my social media. So you can find it. I have faith in you. I have faith in you, Cam. This Inquisition is finished. Lindsay, which podcast are you from, Lindsay? I feel like I've seen you somewhere before, but I don't know where. I don't know where. Social security number? I don't know. My wife knows. What's up, John Smith? Good to see you again. Good to see you again. Oh, you go to Flo's? You don't go to Flo's anymore? Denizen, Glenn's. I think I've seen you over at Glenn's. Not a troll. It's not that I thought she was a troll. I just like to know where people come from. Also, I saw that about the having a daughter, Anson. You're not right. No, some people go to Flo's once a month. Probably. That's probably true. Mr. and Mrs. Smith in the chat. That's funny. Oh, that is hilarious. John Smith, too. That's funny. The Matrix is invading. Absolutely, guys. She's a real girl. Tomatoes. Yeah. I don't know. I got something in my eye, guys. I don't know what's going on here. Not immediately related, probably. You don't know. You're not for sure. All Smiths are Smith. That's yeah, I'm tearing up over here. Ketamine to treat OCD? It's interesting. Yeah, lack of a daughter. That's why I was crying. In all seriousness, in all seriousness, Lana, the reason that I'm tearing up a little bit is I just cleaned my glasses and the alcohol is burning my eyes a little bit. So I should probably have wiped them a little better. So if I had daughters, I would laugh. I personally, I laugh a lot. Who's selling used tires? I missed out on something. So I don't actually think anything about Andrew Tate. I think this is gonna be an unpopular opinion. I just really don't give a shit about Andrew Tate. Like, he said some cool stuff. He's made some cool clips. I don't think he's a role model. I don't think he's an example of anything really. I guess that's kind of where it's at. Tate is, I think Tate really wants to be a good guy. I just don't think he can be a good guy. So I don't know. I have no real opinion. I'm sorry. I wish I did, but I don't. What did you use ketamine for, Michelle? Anson Knowles, I did not watch. I did not watch that. He was arrested for trafficking his own ex-wife. Was it his black ex-wife or was it Andrew's black ex-wife? I don't know. So he's a good example of a bald, chinless pimp. Okay. You treated just okay. Anxiety suppression. Ketamine is used for raves. Ketamine was used for raves back in the 90s. There weren't really raves in the 90s. That was a little later, but yeah, gotcha. Now I got to go reread what Arthur Dyer wrote. Oh, interesting. Ketamine reset. I had not heard of that. Very good. That's good, Michelle. You seem like a happy person. Heroin. Yeah, John Smith. Actually, John Smith, I was talking about dry needling today. I had dry needling done on my knee, and man, it was amazing. Like, if you'd told me that it worked as well as it did, I would have called you a liar. before I did it, but man, it was awesome. So. Romania police consider Andrew's ex-wife as trafficked without confirming with the victims. I mean, I don't know. The whole thing is just really, really suspect. I just don't know. Ketamine reset is what Jordan Peterson did to get off his drug addiction. That's probably, yeah, I can see that. Michelle, yes, I'm sure you went through a lot, and you're better for it. And I don't know you that well, but just from what I've observed, you seem to be a very happy person and content and fairly well adjusted, even though you are a degen. And I think that you are not a burden upon society, and that is a very good thing for me to. That's high praise. So. Interesting. So John Smith, I did this dry needling thing just a few months ago with my knee and hip because I had, I guess it was longer than a few months. It was probably 8 months ago. But basically what had happened was I had hurt my knee and hip, and I hadn't really taken it seriously, and I definitely hadn't gotten treated. And so what they did was first of all, they shot me full of some kind of anti-inflammatory steroid cocktail that helped the knee and the hip both. They had to do the knee twice, the hip once, and then they did an MRI. There wasn't any tears or anything. They thought there would be. There weren't. And so, but what they did find was that the muscles were physically knotted. And that's where the pain was coming from. So then what they did is they did the dry needling process, and it was crazy effective. If you had told me that it was going to be as effective as it is before I did it, I would have called you a liar. But after having done it, it was shockingly effective. Shockingly. So yeah. So I don't know about acupuncture, but I know the dry needling works, it's very similar to acupuncture. What's up, Michigan Christian? Good to see you in the chat. Is Nitty still out there? Is he still out there? We're going to get to him at some point. I don't want him to run away. I have no idea. You had some rough dry needling sessions, but it was very effective. I couldn't believe how effective it was. It was really interesting because the way they explained it to me was they used the trauma in my muscles. The muscles were just basically permanently like clenched or twisted or whatever they had, and they just wouldn't release, and that's what was causing the pain. So the way that was explained to me was that they would go in and find those tight portions of muscle, and it would literally be like pushing, like it would be like they put the needle in and nothing, and then they would hit that node, and it would be like an excruciating pain, like just burning, like I've been hit with something red hot or something, and it was amazing amount of pain, and then it would just kind of ease off and go away. And the way they explained it is that because the muscles had been knotted up for so long, that they had to that giving it that introducing the new trauma of the needle tapping into the muscle caused it to contract and release, and it would release was supposed to release all the way. Oftentimes it didn't, and it would take 2 or 3 tries in the same node. But eventually, I mean, it was just amazing, just absolutely amazing. But it was when they would hit that node where the muscle was tight or knotted or whatever, it was literally like just the most excruciating pain I could even imagine. And but it absolutely worked. I could not believe how well it worked. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. John Smith, blah, blah, blah. Review a video of the procedure. Yeah, okay. Dano, yep. Okay. Michelle, yes. I'm glad that you appreciate it. I hope that you would. No, Michelle is kind of a not really a feminist. Michelle is a polyamorous. I'm not really sure what she considers herself. Polyamorous, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, she's in an open marriage. Viking Paradigm, welcome, sir. Welcome. You missed out a little bit on my earlier diatribe on the Hawktua girl, but we may get back into it. And other than that, we're going to have a good time. Michael Matrope 4, welcome, sir. Good to see you. I see you often in the whatever chat when I can stay awake long enough for the whatever podcast, which is rarer and rarer these days for sure. So yeah. Not really sure how we got on some of the subjects of this evening, but that's okay. That's okay. All right, whatever. All right. Shout out to you, Michael. Shout out to you. All the Michaels. We have several Michaels out and Michelle's out in the chat today. So great. Excellent. Did Nitty stick around or did he wander off because we didn't put him up on the stage early enough? Nitty, you still out there? We're getting close to the time when I end my monologue and start calling people up. I'm waiting for Glenn to come on. We got a couple of things I want to go over, and then with him, and then we'll move forward pretty quickly after that. P Nitty, Dano's funny. That's hilarious. That's pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. My son's middle name is Michael, actually. My oldest son. We're getting all the drug talk in the chat tonight. I'm glad we're getting it out of your system. Yeah, that's the joys of owning a house, Viking, or renting one sometimes. Out of your system. That's right. Every girl wants his last name. That's funny. That's great. Special K. That's right. That's right. The Special K. That's funny. Panel up, Michelle. Michelle's been on the panel before, or she's been on the show before. I pretty much covered everything I wanted to cover, Dano. My only real thoughts to add are that I think that you have to keep in mind that RFK is, even though he seems radical to the Democrats because they hate him so much, the reality is that he's not a major socialist. He's a moderate Dem in the land of true socialist and in the land of true communist that are masquerading as Democrats, and they hate him. And so anything that he does is pretty good. And yes, Michigan Christian, I didn't actually see it, but I can predict it because they hate him. And they can't do anything about it. They really hate him because of his name. He's a Kennedy, which means he always has a lot of draw, and worse, it's RFK. Like he gets the whole, JFK and Robert Kennedy at the same time. So, they just hate him. So yeah. It's I feel like that I probably ought to get Michelle up to talk about her open relationship tonight because nobody's going to leave her alone in the chat. Michelle, would you like to come up? Mr. Boulay can give you the link and you can come up and talk about your open relationship so everybody can have a good time with it. So Mr. Boulay has the link. All right. There's a special treat for you folks. Mr. Glenn Lawrence.
Yo, what's going on, man?
What's up, man? How are you?
Hi.
Yeah, the chat's been doing nothing but talking about drugs for the past 20 minutes, 30 minutes.
No, I'm not like super high. Like I'm feeling I don't
Good?
feel pain. I don't feel pain right now.
Feeling good?
Yeah.
So
like I'm not feeling any discomfort.
no discomfort. That's good.
And which was like pretty surprising because recently, like after PT, like I've been really sore, even with the medication. And see, I don't like taking medicine, period. So
I'm in that boat. I don't like it.
Anything that alters my mind bothers me. Because I don't like. I want to be able to be coherent, especially account for the things that I say. And I made a mistake one time. Here's a funny story. Not really funny, but it's a funny story. When I look back on it, when I first got into coaching, I was right after my motorcycle accident. So I was on, Vicodin for the pain, and they were also doing like steroid injections. And I remember I ended up taking too much Vicodin one time, and I was kind of like out of it, and I was kind of like short with the guy that I was like coaching, but he was a regular, client, and I was kind of short with him, and I was like, he's like, hey man, just so you know, I knew I needed to hear what you said today, but Today was a really rough to hear you be so short. And I was like, oh man, never again. I don't like anything that alters the mind that even slightly. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I do.
So, but
So we have some degen stuff going on in the chat. Michelle, videos, really, Michelle.
what degen stuff?
That's just
What degen stuff?
Michelle's talking about the videos of her with that her husband enjoys. I know he asked, but you didn't have to answer. So that's funny.
That's between them. Yeah, nothing to do with us.
That's right. That's right.
And it should stay between them, unless people are asking about it in the chat. Now then, I gotta wonder what kind of degen chat we got going on tonight.
It's a big.
I know it's Friday, but man, y'all just letting the freak fry out.
So the
Michelle,
I don't want to know about either of your open relationships. That's why I don't ask you about yours, and I don't ask Michelle about hers.
Look, it's a don't ask, don't tell policy. Nobody asking, so stop a telling. It's called
nobody wants to know. Stop in the chat. Just calm down.
That's called dry snitching. That is called dry snitching. And unless you're trying to get the chat riled up.
Kevin's on it. He's making notes. So far, we have Anson double dating. He's not double dating. He's got 2 dates lined up in a row.
So he's spending
30 minutes of drug talk or an hour of drug talk, and now we're getting into open relationships with video involved.
So Anson,
I know you're happy not to talk about it, Michelle. I'm picking on you in jest. Please do not take this personally. I am simply raking you over the coals because it's an easy target.
Oh, when we rake Michelle over the coals, we don't really mean it.
Yeah, we're not.
I mean, a little truth in every joke, but I respect her decision. I respect her and her family's choices and what they choose to do with their life.
Indeed,
and you know what? I don't have to agree with it, but at the same time, that's their life. It has nothing to do with me.
That's true. The thing is that Michelle seems like a very perfectly nice human being, and
here's the sad thing: you can have actually theological conversations with her that you can't even have with most Christians.
Yeah, we have.
That's the wild part.
And she's a perfectly nice person. It's not my fault she's going to hell. I'm sorry. But that's okay.
Nothing's set in stone yet. You don't know that.
I know.
She could change. She could have an epiphany and hear the Lord call her back.
That's true. We can only hope. Josie's back. I'm sorry that I was rough on you earlier, Josie.
I'm just responding to her text message right now.
Josie was upset that I called her down for she said that she was tired of the Hawk Tua girl, and I'm like, I think the Hawk Tua girl is base, so fuck off out of here with that. And I think she did. I don't know, maybe, who knows? So, but anyway, so we did talk about the Hawk Tua girl, Glenn. We don't really need to go back over it. Oh, you were taking a nap, Josie? And you're writing Glenn?
Yep. No, I just messaged you back.
Tisk.
So okay. I end up
I think Beaten Cheeks is Destiny's new boyfriend.
No. Beaten Cheeks, you know what? He got some burnt cheeks these days.
Burnt cheeks.
He got some burnt cheeks. He was
burnt.
He burnt his biscuits out. He burned his biscuits out in Aruba this past week. And if you think brown don't burn, well, he got extra burnt.
He did tell me that. He did mention that.
And he showed me some pictures, not like anything PG X-rated or anything like that, but he showed me some G pictures of the Mrs.
Soon to be rating. That's funny. That's funny.
His soon to be beating Cheeks' baby mama. And I'm like, I approve. I approve.
I told him that he can't be making any single moms.
No, he's going to end up taking care of her. That's his responsibility.
Yeah, I know what he says.
And you know what? We'll just hold him to the fire.
I think he's going to be Destiny's new love toy. That's the rumor I'm starting.
Are you talking about Destiny from whatever Destiny?
Yeah, Steven.
Oh man, no, not the one that wants to ride Jesus.
Yeah. Yes, that one. Yeah.
Did I ever show you the clip that I made?
We don't know that Cheeks got a girl pregnant, Arthur Dia. He's hoping.
Did I ever show you the clip that I made about her?
About which one?
Let's see, about her and that comment that she said to Andrew. I'm gonna pull it up for you. It's a funny little clip. It's for Andrew. I haven't sent it to him yet because I've been, kind of out of it. But
Anson Knowles has had to move out of his house. He is
well, he's a bachelor again now.
He's a full-on bachelor again. He has 2 dates lined up for Friday night.
Good.
Or Saturday. Maybe it's tomorrow. Maybe it's tomorrow. It's Saturday. I don't know. But
just don't stick your dick in all of them. No, he could go on the dates, just not to stick his dick in them.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Coomer Gremlin, Destiny.
Oh, that Destiny. You're talking about
Steven, whatever the fuck his name is.
Oh, I thought you were talking about. Am I thinking the wrong chick? Her name's not Destiny. Her name's Is it Desiree?
Desiree is the fat girl.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the fat, crazy, psychotic bitch.
Is it Desiree?
Yeah, the one that put her ass on Andrew.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
okay.
Desiree, not Destiny. That's probably her stripper name too.
I thought you meant Destiny.
Yeah, Michigan Christian says that your drugs are still hitting.
Yeah, hey, leave me alone.
Yeah.
They started with the D. I was right. Okay, they started with the D.
Oh, they both start with D. That's for sure.
Yeah,
they always start with D.
They always want the D. Did I show you this clip here?
The one of her throwing her ass in Andrew's face. I saw that.
No. I'm sharing this one. I think I'm sharing it. Am I sharing it?
Not yet.
Are you sure?
Hang on, I got it.
All right. This is funny.
Page 71 of your book, you say basically all the greats, including myself and Jesus, with whom I have quite a spicy relationship with now. Wink, wink.
Look at Maddie's face.
I talk about that one of my reoccurring fantasies. Can I go there?
Yeah.
Was basically a fantasy of Jesus sitting on the throne and me essentially riding him face to face.
She's not a Christian!
And
so Jesus was your boyfriend, essentially, in your head?
My husband.
Your husband?
Yes.
Okay. And you wanted to sleep with him?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Blasphemous.
This is blasphemy. This is madness. That is blasphemous. That is blasphemous.
Not blasphemous at all, you don't think?
No.
No.
I'm deferring to you because you're her
Isaiah
leader.
Fluke donated $100. Jesus would have hung her on the cross.
Yeah, I remember that. That was good.
Oh man, there's so many great moments in that video. I have so many clippable moments in there.
Oh, speaking of clippable moments, did I send you that video?
No.
Did I need it clipped?
No, you have not.
What a fucking idiot I am. I will make that happen. I will make sure that's going to happen. Can we get an update from Glenn? He's right there in front of you.
Yeah, so I am in a lot of pain. I totaled the car. Well, I didn't total it. The accident totaled the car out. I have L4 and L5 herniated discs. They were already herniated from my motorcycle accident 3 years ago, but now they're bulging discs. And so they want to I guess basically to say it is sand down the areas of herniation. That way they're not so prominent. And they also want to like fuse the discs together. I had another opinion. Another doctor looked at it, and he's like, "Look, if we just drop you back down, basically to when I was competing weight, back to my competition weight, which is about 25 pounds lighter, then I wouldn't need any surgery, and just chiropractic care, and stretching would be all I need." So we're gonna try that route first. I don't like getting cut open. Every time I've had surgery, something bad has happened. Like I had them remove my meniscus. They decided to repair it. So something that should have been I would be walking out of surgery end up being me 6 months non-weight bearing when I got out of surgery. So yeah, I'm avoiding surgery this time at all costs.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of getting cut up. Josie says if you're in pain, you can wait a few days to do an IRL.
Oh no, I'm good. Because I was gonna go meet up with Josie to do an IRL tonight.
Yeah. Tonight?
Yeah, because it's only like 7.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting your.
It's only 8 o'clock here, so
yeah.
And yeah, no, I'm good. I feel good. I took I didn't take any pain meds this morning before I went to PT, and then I didn't take anything until after I came home from the gym, because I also worked out after PT, because I thought today's PT was kind of weak. So I did some resistant bands and some stability ball exercises for my workout. And then I took my pain med, and that's when I kind of drifted off a little bit ago when I was on with Jess's stream. So I'm technically I'm good, because I'm supposed to take no more than 3 a day, and I've only taken 1. So I'm doing good. I don't like taking them at all, so that's the goal. So
yeah, neat.
But I want to say thank you all who have been contributing to the GoFundMe, and everybody that has reached out and checking on me and just seeing how I am and how things are going. I really appreciate all the support. It's kind of crazy. You don't really realize, so much, like how much people care until like you're kind of getting your phone's blowing up, people asking about it, and and they're asking how they could help out and how they could support you, and it's just,
that's cool, man.
it's monumental. Well, John Smith, I told him I was going to get a pack of cigarettes like 15 years ago, and I have not come home. So,
and you don't even smoke.
No, I just vape. I just need to get away from him.
Yeah. Does Pearl know that? Yeah, Pearl knows that he had an accident.
Actually, no. Actually, funny thing is, I haven't been able to talk to her on the phone quite yet.
Oh, okay. I thought that you talked to. Oh, I guess that was right before the accident.
Yeah, like I talked to her. Right, no, so I just responded. I responded to her text message by sending you her. I didn't even say anything to her. I said I just grabbed her. I just copied and pasted it to you, and when I talked to you. So I know she was going to be busy with something as soon as she got back. And I didn't.
I don't think you actually sent the copy and paste, though. I don't think I have it.
No, I sent you her email. That's how you got her email.
Yeah. You did that. Yeah.
And it's bad on me because like I really just was. Well, one, I didn't want her to feel like it was her fault because you know how girls always somehow blame themselves. Yeah. So I didn't want her to feel like it was her bad. Mm-hmm. As I'm unwinding things down, I'm starting like if you guys notice, I didn't start having I didn't even make a GoFundMe thing until like days later. After the accident, I was kind of like, oh, people are wanting to donate and support. Here, let me open this thing. Let me create this, But like, I'm glad. I'm so grateful for the support because the guy that hit me, no insurance. It totaled out the car. Luckily, the insurance is covering everything, and I might get a little something for back from the car. Probably close to what I had to put down for a new car now. I had to put down a lot for a new car that I didn't have. So I want to pay that off as soon as I can. And you guys are helping me out, and I really appreciate it. And also, you know how much my ambulance bill was?
$15,000.
Dude, $7,000. $7,000. $7,000 to take me like, let me get maybe 8 miles. $7,000 for 8 miles. That's your fault. You should have bought a motorcycle. I couldn't have ride Pearl on my motorcycle because I don't have a 2-seater. It's a 1-seater. For a reason. No passengers on a motorcycle.
Yeah.
But how about we talk about what we were talking about, which I kind of spilled the beans on just a stream like I did.
Oh, yeah. We hadn't talked about that at all yet. I wasn't
like, I hate talking about myself to the point, like I'm like, oh, let's pivot to a new conversation. We're going to talk about grids.
Yeah.
Surprise.
The first, thanks for the donation, John, the $1.99. Glenn didn't actually go out for smokes. He went out for a bottle of beer, which led to a 6-pack of beer.
If anybody knows, Glenn went out for a fifth of Glenn went out for a fifth of Jack or Jameson. Yeah. He doesn't drink beer.
And so that led him across country to California. So I'm sorry, guys. Just got to throw that out there.
Actually, I took a plane. I went from Hawaii to California. That's how I wanted to get the better price on the liquor. I didn't want to have to pay the cola.
A leg lamp. I'm not really sure what a leg lamp is, Anson. I don't know what.
Do you know the movie? Is it that Christmas movie where they had the leg lamp?
I don't know.
Am I thinking the right movie? The leg lamp? Wasn't that from that Christmas movie? I don't know. I could be wrong. I could be a little fuzzy. Christmas Story. Yeah, that's right. Christmas Story.
Okay.
So
they're arguing about whether or not you should go out tonight and do an IRL, which they're probably right. You probably should not.
Oh, I might not even be the one driving, so that's the even cool thing.
Yeah, even better. Yeah, I mean, I talked a little bit about it on Jess's stream. And I don't know what you said because I wasn't there before, but I didn't really mention any names of people. I just gave an overview of the event as I see it. So I can just lead off with that, and that way we don't have to worry about. Yeah. So
let's talk about like what's it around, why? Yeah. Let's talk about what like what's it involving, because I think that's important too.
Yeah, I can do that. All right. So what it's looking like right now, in my mind, the way this is going to go, guys, is I need to grow my channel, and I'm of the I like to do it like right now kind of mindset, right? Like and Glenn and I were talking earlier today, but we've talked in the past about how it seems like that my subs aren't really kind of where all my analytics are really good. My subs aren't really going up the way I feel like they should. There's some other things that there's a potential that Glenn has raised the concern that I might be shadow banned, and there's some other, there's some other things, right? And there are some options for me to be on. I can be on whatever. That's a simple matter of making it happen with Brian. That's not even a consideration right now. Brian and I've talked about it several times. It's on me that is the problem right now, not Brian. And part of that is I'm not really sure that I see the upside for me for the amount of effort and whatnot that it would take on my end, right? Because part of the reason is because if I go on whatever, which is it's a great idea, and I will eventually do it. Cam the King says he does think I'm shadow banned. I can't find you ever unless I go in history. Interesting. I did not know that. If there's anybody else that's having that same experience, let me know. Glenn suggested that I'm probably shadow, and I
think we're all kind of shadow banned. I think I'm shadow banned.
Fucked up shit. So I'm not shocked that I'm shadow banned, but so at the end of the day, I can easily, and I will eventually go on whatever. I'm just not sure that it's really the right thing right now. And Glenn and I had talked about it, and we both were like, yeah, it's a great opportunity. Maybe not the opportunity for right now. So Glenn has been on some heavy drugs, and sometimes that just
all my best ideas have come.
All of his best ideas come from heavy drugs.
No, it comes from crazy like thought patterns. Okay, so whether it's like super stressful situations, or heavy medication.
Yeah. So one of the things that Glenn and I had talked about is obviously going on whatever, going to California and doing some stuff out there. There's a and so it's just the way the whatever thing would work. It will help me, and eventually I will do it. I just don't think I'm going to do it right now. Right. So I do actually need somebody to do clips and stuff. Michigan Christian. I've had a couple of people volunteer to do it, and that's not really worked out the way that I liked it. I'm gonna figure it out.
I know a guy that does it for a very low price.
I know. I think Glenn and I are going to collaborate on some of that stuff, because he does a really good job of it, and he just needs to teach me how to do the timestamps, or I need to recruit somebody that watches the show to do timestamps and do subjects and all that.
Hey, that's a mod's job. You know what I mean?
It usually is, yeah. So But anyway, so all this leads up to Glenn in a moment of clarity last night. So we were talking about having a meeting with somebody and actually doing some basically there were some things I felt like that could happen. And Glenn and I had talked about having a specific creator come on or come here to Tennessee. And then that really didn't, that conversation hasn't really, I mean, it's moving forward, but there's some other things I think. And when I was talking to Glenn about options, in a moment of clarity, he says that we should basically host a conference. Viking, you and I can talk about that. I'm gonna hang on. I want to, because this is that's a good comment. You know what? Yeah. So there you go. You already know good. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there are reasons why I'm not moving as in the directions that I feel like that I should be. Anyway, so what we're going to do, guys, or what I'm going to do is I'm going to I think we're going to have somewhere between 7 and 9 content creators in the red pill. Let's call it red pill adjacent or conservative space. Come to
great. Hold up real quick. Hey, Taro, just hit me up in Telegram, bro.
Who?
Our Viking Paragram.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, I was saying, yeah, I need to talk to him as well.
All right, let's not get distracted. Back.
Yeah, don't need to get distracted out by the shadow banning thing. So anyway, so what we're gonna do is, what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna invite. I think, what do we agree on? Like 4 major creators to come here, and I'm going to pay for their.
Yeah, you're gonna.
I'm going to pay for their trip. I'm going to pay for their lodging, and I'm going to pay for a studio. And I think we're going to end up with 9 creators, or we're going to have room for 9 creators that,
so the goal is to have, I believe, anywhere between 6 to 9 creators, 2 major headliners, and grid. That's going to be the major draw. Everybody else are complimentary creators to the overall theme of the conference or convention. Now, mind you, where the goal is to do this convention about 2 weeks prior to the election. So this is another big last effort that we could do to push to get the conservative vote out there. And, we're going to have content creators from different, subsections of the spaces that we find ourselves in, whether it's going to be relationship, whether it's going to be marriage, whether it's going to be political, whether it's going to be finance, whether that kind of all cross over into the conservative leaning worldview.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. Let me. So in my mind, the people I want to have here, there's about 9 names on that list. Somewhere between 4 and 5 of those names, I will be paying for their travel and their expenses to come here, so that and they will draw the others, because they'll there's going to be at least 9 people that are going to want to be part of it, and we're going to pare that list down where we have the original 4 or 5, and then 4 or 5 additional, maybe a couple of backups. And the idea is there's a couple of auditoriums here that have podcast ability. So we're going to set up a podcast live with a studio audience. So yes, Michigan Christian, you can come here and watch the podcast live and meet people, and you can
and we're playing around with the pricing right now, but we do know that there's going to be 2 different ticket pricings. There's going to be the
there's gonna be at
general
least
admission.
two. Yeah, there's gonna be at
There's
least
going to
two
be a
different
general
tickets.
admission, and then there's going to be a VIP, which the
and
VIP
it may
would
be,
include a dinner.
and there may be a couple other levels. I mean, we haven't gotten that far, guys.
Yeah. This is really more still in the planning stages, but I talked to somebody, and somebody is on board once we nail down the dates and stuff.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that. Right now, the tentative date is around October the 12th. It'll be the way I envision it after having talked to Glenn is originally I thought about, and Glenn and I had talked about 2 shows. I'm thinking 3 shows, and it'll be a morning show. And that will be Glenn. Actually, that'll be Glenn's show. I will come on. I will introduce Glenn. I will introduce the round table. Glenn will run the show. I will come in and help him close the show. And then there'll be a break. There'll be an opportunity to meet the podcasters and that sort of thing, and just chat and probably have some lunch. Lunch will be optional for guests, but for the parties will be provided. And then we'll do an afternoon show, or mid-afternoon show. And I think maybe probably I'll be, it'll be probably Glenn and I together on that show, because it'll just be like a chill stream afternoon, like just, doing some stuff. And then I think a evening show, which would be, it would be the equivalent of the show I do here, of the show that Andrew does, of the, the same kind of nighttime shows that all of us do, right? The headliner, it's going to have the bigger names in it. It'll be the end of the day, right? It'll be the show to watch. And that, in my mind, I think that's the way it's going to work. And that show won't go particularly late, I don't think.
That show is going late, bro.
That show's going late.
If we're gonna have if we're talking about the headliners, we're talking about.
Yeah, we're talking about people.
Right? We're talking about like going till at least midnight on that one.
So,
if we do it that way, because you still want to do your Q&A with all of the speakers at once.
When we should have the venue all day, and so we should
we will
Q&As. We should be able to have groups of content creators break off and talk to to attendees. Right now, I think if we get even 100 people is too many. I think more than likely each show will have 20 GA slots.
No, but we want to make sure that we get 100 tickets to sell, period.
Right. We'll have 100 tickets sold, period, but that's over 3 shows. Right.
Yeah.
So 20 GA tickets, maybe 10 or 15 VIP tickets per show. And it may be more than that. I haven't actually booked the venue, so we don't know. And then one of the things that I'm going to try and do, and I hope Brian's watching right now, because I threw him under the bus earlier. I'm going to throw him under the bus again. I'd really like to pry Brian out of California and do whatever on Sunday night in Nashville with a complete group of girls from Nashville.
Yep. Get them out of California. Special edition. Whatever. Nashville.
We will do all the work for him. We won't, he won't have to find the girls. He'll have a week off. He won't have to find the girl. We will find the girls. We will vet the girls. I have volunteers to do basically everything right now that have said that they would do it. And that would be in front of a studio audience, which he's never done before. I do believe that we might be able to get the Hawktua girl, Anson. Actually we could. That's where my mind went. Right. Glenn and I were talking about it earlier today about how we know who her representation is. It'll cost some money to get her there, but it would be, but basically Brian would just have to show up and he wouldn't have to do anything except do the show.
And if
I would have everything else covered.
If Brian can't do it, maybe we get Andrew to do it, and we call it
a license, right? We call it
whatever.
No, I can't do Brian that way. I wouldn't throw Brian under the bus, but I would really like to get Brian out of his comfort zone a little bit and get him into a nice studio with, where he doesn't have to do everything. I know he's a control freak, Anson, but we would vet the girl. I mean, I would like to give him that opportunity. Look, I understand literally every obstacle. I've talked to Brian now for over a year. He and I have had interesting conversations about the show and about him. The idea of him taking it on the road, I find this hilarious. But one of the objections he had to the going on the road was the amount of equipment, and I'm like, I mean, it's a few cameras and a mixing board. I mean, it's not like.
If we're using a facility that already has
the facility
the production team, all he has to do is just plug and play. Where
we're going to bring a case of lint rollers, the vacuum
hyperallergenic, the
hyperallergenic vacuum cleaners. I will have a cleaning crew, absolutely clean.
There's going to be like a tons of hand wipes,
and
a tons of like little tapes, little marking tapes for the seat, belly button, and microphone location.
I know OCD people. I have a very specific kind of OCD myself, and we're not looking for control over his show. We just want him to come and do the show here, get him out of California, man, and show him that life doesn't have to suck.
And really, it
should be one of the biggest shows he's ever done. Like it would literally probably be like his viewership on a show in Nashville would be massive.
And here the good thing about it is it would be
nobody yells at me, Michigan Christian.
It would be a different like. I mean, it'll be interesting to see if you get a different type of women. Instead of the California girls, and what I mean, like they may be from different parts of the country, but they could be kind of Californianized,
Well, I mean, we have like in Nashville, there's Vanderbilt, Trevecca, there's a couple of art colleges, there's a bunch of colleges in Nashville itself, and then there's Middle Tennessee State, which is where in my town. There's Austin P University that's just north of Nashville. There's probably a dozen colleges to find smoking hot girls at. We wouldn't even. I mean, it's like a 2-hour drive. It's closer than Nashville.
And the great thing is that
Josie, I really don't want anyone talking to Brian about this but me, and maybe Glenn. I'm not even sure I want Glenn talking to Brian about this.
I ain't talking to Brian about this
because Brian will shut down, and then that ruins my chance. No offense or anything.
No, no. Trust me, I do not want to talk to Brian about this at all.
Yeah,
I'll leave that to you. I will help source and produce the show for him on the road.
Yeah,
since he wouldn't
we'll have a professional producer.
I will produce the show. I will produce the show to him on the road, and and I will help mitigate all of his normal issues. So all he has to do is just sit there and just do the stream.
Yeah.
Cameras will be switched by cameramen. We will even, as long as he gives us the layout, the template of the show, then we know when we're going to be going to this video or when we're going to this thing. We'll have it all organized for him. It'll be good.
Yeah. He won't need to yell at Nick because it'll be good. So
yeah, exactly. So it'll be a good time,
And look, we don't have to just get college girls. Nashville is literally the
bachelorette capital of the world.
Like we have more bachelorette parties than Vegas, baby. Vegas. And
Vegas is the bachelor party capital of the world.
Yeah, that's true. But
Nashville's the bachelorette.
We have all the women's.
Yep.
And so I think that'll be cool. I'm not going to give away any more of the guest list. The only guest I will talk about is so obvious that I would want Brian to. And I've talked to him about doing whatever in other locations, and he has talked about it. He just hasn't really committed to anything because in his mind it's so crazy to think about. But if he didn't have to move any of his equipment, if he just literally got on an airplane, got off the airplane, and
just plug his laptop and that's it.
Yeah, plug his laptop in, plug his Stream Deck in, and go. Like that would be that's the environment that we have here. We have professional level studios, and I'm renting a studio for the entire day. I'm renting a venue for the entire day, and maybe Sunday as well. If I can get Brian, I'll rent it for all day Sunday. And on Sunday we're going to do shooting. We might do some boating, depending on the weather. There's tons of stuff to do in the area. We're going to have a great time. It's I don't know about. I've been talking to someone else about there's at least 3, maybe more corporate people who are interested in coming to this. One of them has an existing podcast that sucks, and so he's literally a CEO of a massive company, and he wants to come and associate with the content creators to see what he can do better.
Oh, this is new.
Yeah, I didn't have time to tell you that. I have at least 3 people that we may only get one, but the one we get is going to be a whale. Like
ooh, that's fun. That's cool.
And I'm actually I might set up a debate between him and Andrew, because I think that the CEO will enjoy that because he enjoys being challenged, and I think Andrew will enjoy it as well because it'll be a completely different debate than what he's used to. So I have a lot going on. There's a lot of pieces to this puzzle that are coming together. I'm very excited about it. It's going to cost me some money, but that's okay. Right now I'm looking at October the 12th. I'm going to start locking things down. I've got to start locking down the creators. I understand it's like herding cats, and more than likely I'll have some people drop out. That's why we're not mentioning any names. The only name I'll mention is Brian, because I just don't. I mean, I couldn't keep that a secret if I wanted to, because the minute I say the minute the ad goes out that I'm looking for girls, it'll be crazy.
Like, what the hell is Grid doing looking for girls?
Right. Yeah. Well, it wouldn't be under my name, that's for sure. It'd be under Glenn Lawrence Production.
Well, that's fine. I mean, I have a casting profile for just like Casting Network in general, so I could do a casting out in Nashville, no problem.
Yeah. So this is something that I would like to do it as a yearly and maybe a bi-yearly event where we do it twice a year.
Yeah.
We do a spring and a fall, and if this works really well, we'll do it again in the spring. And because I think it's really cool. I think it's something that other creators other venues of creators do these kinds of things, but not in this venue. So Cam the King, it does actually come with a casting couch. Obviously you've never looked at Glenn's set.
Oh my God.
What do you think he's sitting on?
I'm not sitting on a casting couch. I mean, we can make one.
I'm giving Cam shit, man.
We could totally make it a casting couch. If we really
Cam's been on a tear tonight. He's been having a lot of fun, so I got to have some fun with him too. But
how much is this?
But I'm so, and to be clear, I'm really only paying for the top level people to be there. Now remember I'm in Nashville, right? So there's a real chance that we could get 1 or 2 or more personalities from Daily Wire.
Yeah. I can always reach out to
I would like to get and the other thing is I'd like to get
Jason Whitlock is out there. Or Whitlock. He's out that ways in Nashville. We could get Bryson Gray, who's a very controversial Christian rapper that has he made a MAGA song before. He lives out there in I've been to his
Dax
house.
is out here now, or Drax is out here now.
Dax is out there in Nashville too. We could always reach out to Dax. The guy
actually he would be really cool.
I would love to have Dax and like Tom McDonald like perform there. That would be freaking awesome.
Yeah. So I'm really pretty excited about this. And, you know, again, I'm only going to pay for the headliners. So we're going to have to figure out how to get the lower guys paid, or at least make it worth their while to come out. It's not going to be a real public event. Glenn and I have to work out how we're going to do the,
everything's going to be
the publicity and
really
how do we invite people and all of that.
When we get the list of confirmed speakers, after we get the main speakers on the list to confirm, we'll start seeing some promo, like posters and ads. I'll make probably a commercial about it. And really, the only place you'll be able to purchase the tickets will be through Grid's channel. And so he'll be the sole person to where if you want to get a ticket to this event, then you're gonna have to go through Grid. So that kind of helps funnel people to his channel, and to get people to get any information, they're gonna have to get it from one place rather than multiple, different avenues. And that kind of keeps, some people be like, well, wait a minute, you should put it on everybody's channel, and everybody has a way to, send people to get tickets. That sounds great if we're trying to do a huge, event. Since we're not trying to do a really huge event our first go around here, we want to keep it, moderately conservative. Since we're going to be talking about conservatives, 100 ticket minimum is our goal, our selling point. But we probably don't want to go over like 300 tickets, period.
There's no way we could do, because I think the auditorium only holds 75 people at a time, and I don't think we can have 75 people in it anyway.
Yeah, no, like we wouldn't want, like I said, we don't want to go over, 300 tickets. We want to be somewhere in that 150, 200 range max. And so we'll probably limit the tickets to that 200 max. And once the tickets go out, they go out. They got to go out like hotcakes. Because we got some heavy hitters on our deal board that are gonna participate. But
sure.
This is right before the election. The movement is not red pill. It's a push to bring conservatives, back into the spotlight and be proud to be conservatives, and to stand firm and to go into the last couple weeks of the election strong with a good conservative push.
Yeah, I think so.
If we want things to change, we got to stop bitching about it and stand up and start doing things about it.
Yeah.
And this is our way of being able to do that, but also at the same time, highlight Grid's channel about what Grid is about. He's a conservative. He wants to talk politics. He wants to talk, family values, and no better way to do that than have content creators that align, with that worldview at an event that Grid hosts. And it will be like Grid One's race to the
I think we're gonna. I've got some different ideas for the name, just because I want to make it yearly. So I don't want to I don't want to tie it too firmly to the election. But I did like that. I like it a lot. It's just the
Grid
more I think about
race
it,
to the electric, or the election, goal or whatever.
We'll get that. I don't know how to think about that, but so here's the thing, guys. Yes, Cam, 75 people max per show is a small audience. Under 300 people is a small audience for a 1 or 2 day event. That's true. However, everything will be streamed live through my channel out to everyone else's channels, I guess. We're still working on that. but you'll be able to view it on just like you would any other live stream. The difference is that I think in the chat, I'm still, Glenn and I are still kind of working this part out. It's going to be like a members only or subscriber only, something like that. Look, I'm not trying to make a killing off of this event.
No, actually, he's probably going to be,
if I break even,
most likely he'll be breaking even. And really what this does for Grid's channel is it opens the opportunity when we invite, like, the guys from Daily Wire or the guys from Jason Whitlock's team out to the event, whether to either be a speaker or just to, be part of the meet and greet. What it does is it opens the door for Grid to have more one-on-one interviews and opens his networking pool to where he gets more interesting collaborators rather than just having to have me on his channel all the damn time. I know you guys get bored of me and I only talk about certain dumb shit, and Grid likes to have, intelligent conversations. And when he has to deal with, a guy that kind of got a little brain damage right now, it's like he has to talk to a retard. And,
that's
I eat crayons these days. I eat crayons, guys. Okay. Like,
yeah, that's great of you to stay, Glenn, but you're a great guest, honestly. Cam the King, no, the RNC is not sponsoring it, but I hope that next year they do.
And actually that would open up another another avenue for you to make that connection with the RNC or a chapter of the RNC in your local area to fund your channel.
Yeah.
And, be a sponsor. So
again, guys, there was always a directionality here, right? I mean, I'm not hidden anything. I didn't make any false pretenses. I've always said that my directionality is, it's great to be supported by you guys and through super chats and things like that, but I would rather have the RNC pay me to say the things I say than you guys pay me to say the things I say. Does that make sense, you guys? So this is the first step in saying, look, this is what I can do. This is the value I bring. Or can bring, if you guys want to get behind me and help me out. So
he actually, Grid brings a different type of conservative to the playing field rather than the traditional, conservative talk that we're used to hearing. And
I say it in different ways.
Yeah. And
that's a lot.
That's a good thing. Like, he's not an uptight, guy walking around with the stick up his ass looking like certain conservatives. He's willing to have real conversations, and that right there broadens the scope for people who may be more moderate, but wouldn't mind being a conservative if they thought they were, welcome. But then they hear Grid curse and, talk about shit, and they're like, oh man, this guy's a conservative. I like him. He's my kind of conservative. And then who knows? They might stop voting Democrat and stop, dyeing their hair blue.
We can only hope. Arthur Daya, if we only sell 100, I think if we sell 100 tickets, I break even. If I sell 200 tickets, I make a little bit of money. But the guests will get a portion of the money, right? Like, even every ticket that's sold, people, some of the guests are going to, every guest will get something out of that. That's only right. I mean, they're putting in their time, and of course now they're getting it. Look, let's not be overly altruistic.
This is benefits to every guest that's coming.
Literally everybody. It benefits some people more than others because of the money involved. It benefits people more than others because they already have huge followings. They don't need to be in front of other people. But even people with massive followings still need to be in front of people. They still need to create content. And this is a different type of content than almost every, matter of fact, none of the creators that I'm looking at working with has done what we're going to do. So that I'm aware of. And I feel pretty confident in saying that. And it's going to be different. If I break even, I'll be happy because I mean, realistically, the goal is, look, if this brings me 4,000, 10,000, 12,000 new subscribers, if it kicks the show up a notch, if it gives me the resources that I need to have a clips guy full time and gives me, and somebody that can actually make intelligent thumbnails for me. Look, I do all this stuff myself. This is very bad.
If this allows him to start like having to delegate those duties to someone else and allow him to focus on the show topic and then interviews with other influencers or well-known creators or politicians, that's what Grid really needs to focus on, is the show, not all the things that surround the show. If this propels him to where he needs to have a production team, then so be it. And that's a good problem to have.
So Angel Berber says, yes, I always made it clear that this venture was me coming into the culture war. This venture is a vehicle to influence the culture. That's 100% accurate.
Yep.
And the politics with some monetary gain on the side. I actually don't need to gain that much. I just, I've got to stop. At some point, I have to stop spending money, right? Like everything I do, when I do this, it costs me money. And this is not me trying to make a ton of money, although that'd be great. Honestly, it would be great if I got a pack to cut me a check for 200 grand to be able to do this twice a year. I mean, that'd be great, but I'm not holding my breath. Let me just say that. But I have always been very clear and very direct that this is a venture specifically targeted at the culture war to bring, I can't say that I'm going to bring balance, but to bring whatever I can to the culture war to push it in the what I consider the right direction. And if I can get paid for it, all the better. Okay. And that I was always clear about that. Angel Berber is correct. And I make no bones about it. And I will continue to do so because that's what it is. But yes, there are packs that will pay YouTubers. The RNC sucks at it. Which is why instead of going to
basically the DNC does it, right, Grid?
Yeah, the DNC does a better job of it, right?
That's how they got Farah to do it. Destiny was paid by a pack.
Paid, yeah. And
all we're asking is that we find conservatives that do the same thing for Grid.
Yeah. So here's the thing: if I can, so the way the RNC typically approaches their packs is. It's a lot of just like, oh, we're just going to give it to the same people we gave it last year, or here here is 200 grand, go spend it somehow, and it gets spent very poorly, and it never actually makes it to people like me, right? And so they don't do things, I think, that are effective. And unfortunately, I can't go to a pack and say, give me 20 grand and I'm going to put together this great show that's going to be seen by, 2 million people, right? Like, which would be the best return on a dollar they've had in decades. Even if I did that, they wouldn't give me the money. So the way that I have to do it is I have to do it myself. And then maybe they give me the money. But the RNC does have packs, and there is money out there. It's just pretty terrible. As far as a ticket price, we haven't nailed that down, My guess is that my guess is that a general admission ticket's probably going to be $100-$150. I just don't see any way around it. The seating is very limited, and I just don't. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll run the numbers. We'll see what we come up with and keep it as low as we can. Daily.
I mean, for everything that you guys would be getting from this event, like one, it's a huge networking event just for
me.
Well, not even just for you, but let's say just for anybody that's a viewer or a supporter or a fan. Like, these are great networking events just to go meet other people. Also, you get to meet these other creators that you can network with, and you never know what that transpires to. It's also great for the content creators. I mean, that's what really is going to be a big thing for the other creators, why they would want to come, because they get to meet other creators, maybe other creators that are a little bit more advanced in their career than they are, and be able to make that network connection that will open the door for some collaborations down the road based off of their experience together at this event. So I mean, there's benefits all around, for everybody involved in all this. And I'm thinking for this event, it's a 1-day event. Plus, if you do the VIP dinner, a ballpark starting around, I mean, I've done this before, $300, $300 to $500 is an average, ticket price. It's a little on the high end. 500 is on the high end, but 300 is right there at a good rate. Maybe like you do 150 and then 300 for the VIP, and they still got to cover the hotel cost, or depending on if we work with a hotel, they could book their hotel and their ticket for the event. And whether that's VIP or, regular through you, and then they just pay one bulk price. I mean, I think that's doable.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, we'll just have to see where it ends up. I just can't see it costing anything less than 100, and 300 may be way more.
I don't think it's going to be costing less than 300, especially if you include a dinner.
Yeah. So that's what I got going on, guys. I was kind of waiting on Glenn to come in, and before I really started talking about it again. We did talk about it earlier on another show because Glenn kind of let the cat out of the bag. He's very excited about it, and I understand.
I also just wanted to stop talking about my accident.
Yeah.
Let's stop talking about me now. Moving on to something more important.
At the end of the day, I think that it's going to be a great event. It's going to be a great event to watch. It'll be to watch live. I've got to talk to the other creators and all of that, how we're going to deal with the live. I think live, it only goes out on my stream, and then it's sent to their streams so that they can run it as a recorded video or something like that. I'm not really sure. I'm not sure how that works out. It's a
well, I mean, when we do the live portion, like everything will be filmed for each segment, but like if we're talking about like the live Q&A with people, like all the creators, and I would say totally one channel. It's your channel. It's coming. This is a Grid 1 event, so it comes from Grid 1.
Right.
All the other, the whole thing will be recorded, and the content creators can get their segment and post their segment after the live event. But yeah, it's only going to be live on your channel, because if for those that can't make it and they want to watch it, they could purchase the highest tier membership on your, membership tier, whatever, and they will get access to watch the stream live.
Yeah. But anyway, so do you guys have any actual we had some good questions. Do we have some feedback? Do we have some super cool comments? Let me know what's up.
Any ideas or any questions about anything?
Creators that we may not have thought about, because that's possible. I'm not particularly smart, so gotta help me out. We can hear about Michelle's degeneracy later, Michigan Christian. They're already talking about Michelle's degeneracy again.
Who knows? We'll get Michelle to come out and talk about her degeneracy there.
There you go.
Since you guys are so interested in her degeneracy, are you guys trying to live vicariously through it?
This is very possible, Mr. For sure.
Oh yeah. This event is very doable, and we got some work ahead of us, for the next 2 weeks, to make sure we get everything kind of locked in. But by the beginning of September, we'll have everything nailed down and probably be able to give you guys more information about the overall event then. So it's going to be a good one.
Yeah. So Angel Berber, I'm not sure that Glenn is actually stepping into the politics. Glenn is.
I'm very political. I just am not as smart into politics as you are.
Yeah. Well, and Glenn's coming at this from a production angle of this is the kind of event that he's done before. He knows that it'll work. And this is because Glenn and I were specifically talking about earlier today, or maybe it was yesterday, and it kind of bled over into today, is that I seem to have stagnated, and so is he, and so is some other people, as far as, moving forward, moving up. And, are we being shadow banned? Possibly. Are we, is maybe the pool of viewers, is it just getting a little too incestuous? Are we pulling from, all of the different shows? And, there's a lot of low tier tactics that people use. They try and get rated by bigger channels and all of that, but that doesn't really help you grow your channel. So I had already discussed the things that I was willing to do, go on whatever, but I've been battling with the decision to go on whatever for the last probably somewhere between 5 and 8 weeks, because I have a deal locked in to make that happen.
I know you've been struggling with that for at least the last 6 weeks, when you brought it up to me in the beginning of well, we're almost at the end of August now. So you brought it up to me in the beginning of July, when you kind of brought up the idea between what you and Brian talked about.
Yeah.
Are you going on there?
I don't want to get into any of it. I'm just.
No, yeah. I'm just saying, I know that since then and now to now, you've been
gone back and forth with, because it's not. It needs to benefit me as much as it benefits Brian, and it's a one-sided deal, which is the way business works, right? Brian has all the marbles, right? So if I want some of those marbles, I have to play his game, and which is fine.
But you want to make sure that you're getting a good ROI in playing the game. You know what I'm saying? You want to make sure that if by playing the game that the way that he wants you to do it, you're getting a good ROI. And if the ROI seems kind of sketchy, or unmeasurable per se, then it's like, okay, let's at least look at different avenues that you could take.
Yeah.
That could also be beneficial and maybe less costly to you. And I'm not talking about monetary costs. I'm talking about, if you do a certain segment of Brian's show, that means either you're going to stay up a lot later because you're 3 hours behind or 2 hours ahead of us. I'm sorry. How does that work with your family life? How does that work with your sleep schedule? Is that going to throw a wrench in things? And is that going to be, doable for you? And that might not be the case. And so
that's exactly what I've been wrestling with. And I've really been trying to, come up with a good solid path forward. And I think that we've got it. $10 from Angel Berber. You, Glenn, and others in your networks, along with each of your special insights into the politics, theology, and cultural backgrounds, bring a recipe together that when prepared right will do great things. And I agree with that. And that's actually,
awesome.
I'm literally like, we're going to have like really, really strong theological people there that are going to have a great discussion about modern theology for young people and the way that it can be looked at in a traditional way that young people, young men and young women can.
And the conversations will be great because
thank you for the $10, Angel Berber. Appreciate
I guarantee you that none of all the theological, people that are going to be, speaking on this stuff probably don't agree with each other on everything. And that's going to be the great conversation, is when some of the sparks fly when they don't necessarily agree.
So why would I not want to go on the Whatever Pod? Well, first of all, it would have to be remote. That's immediately, I'm not sure how much that helps me. The amount of I don't really bring any viewership to Brian's audience if I go on, and I'm basically counting on that his audience would respond to a call to action to come to my stream, watch the show, like it, and all of that. Which okay, look, some of that would happen. Okay, I'm not blind, I'm not stupid. However, what's my ROI, right? Like if I spend an hour on the show, which would be great. Even if he rated me, I'm getting rated at like 2 o'clock in the morning or 3 o'clock in the morning my time, and I'm going to be tired as fuck. So it just
more
really,
like 2:30, 3:30 your time, almost 4 o'clock in the morning, because it's almost like 2 o'clock sometimes when he ends out here in California.
Yeah, and it's not a the win isn't big enough for what I have to put in. So that's really the big thing.
And you would need a stream long enough after whatever to where it's even worth it for them to stay, like you would need to do at least an hour or two after whatever.
Yeah.
To make it worth it,
And let's be honest, when you get a raid, those people aren't necessarily there for your show. So you'll lose 10% right out of the gate. And I'm just being realistic here. I still believe that going on whatever, there's value in it. There's just not enough value in it to me at this point, because it would have to be a remote. That's tough out of the gate. I wouldn't be on the whole I can't be on the whole show. So the hour or 2 hours that I would spend on the show may not be worth it in the end, right? And so I look, there's at some point I'm going to go on the show. I have a plan in place. We have an agreement in play or mostly ironed out. I shouldn't say in place. We have an agreement mostly ironed out that I think is good for both of us. But why would I not do what I have a clear path forward? Whatever is not really my path forward. I don't do whatever content. I don't have people on my show like whatever does. Whatever is something that, I was able to do and contribute to, and it was fun. And it did gain me some notoriety, but whatever doesn't necessarily do anything for, just for example, pulling, just Tim Pool would be better for me than whatever. Pearl would be better for me than whatever. Jay Dyer would be better for me than whatever. Yeah. Because that reaches the core audience that I truly go after, right?
Whatever is entertainment, and not saying that, entertainment is not important. Entertainment is great. Yeah. And ever since the addition of Andrew on there, I would say it has, completely improved the show quality overall and the talking points. But here's the other thing. You have two people there remotely. If Andrew's there remotely and then Grid comes on for an hour remotely, then you have two remote guests, which can be a nightmare for production, especially when you have you're bringing in two different live streams into one stream. If you don't have the right people in place, it could really mess things up.
Yeah. Right. I agree, Michigan Christian. They have a name and it's huge, but Pearl has a name and is just as big, for example. So that and it's in this, it's kind of in the sphere. I mean, look, again, we have an agreement in place. I can do it. The problem is that I don't want to do it in person. I don't want to go to California. You would play hell getting me to go to California. You just would. I'm just being honest about it.
Grid don't go nowhere where he can't bring his guns.
Right. I'm not going anywhere where I have to be unarmed. Okay. So I'm more than willing to help Brian. I would really love to have Brian out in Nashville, do a show here and show him how really good it can be if he took the show on the road. And it would be good. So, but yeah, it's I
think overall, like, whatever is a great connection, Brian is a great connection and a network collaborator to have, to be able to work with. Do you also want to, if you go, like, if people ask me, like, Glenn, when are you going to come on? Whenever Brian asks me, whenever he sees value in bringing me on to be on that show, that's how I see. I want it to be an equal exchange of value, where he said, this is a mutually beneficial, feature, just like him and Andrew. Andrew brings value to that show. They both benefit from that collaboration. And I would say Grid wants the same thing. If Grid goes on there, he wants to be able to mutually benefit, whatever, as much as he's benefiting from being on whatever, and not being a one-way, thing. And in doing that, that's good business. But also doing this convention thing, this could become an annual or semi-annual event where, Grid could host it, have different speakers come out, different content creators, and really he could be the platform that ends up launching a bunch of other smaller platforms, just by being the host of this. Just by being the host will literally draw so many people to his channel.
Yeah. I think that we're I don't think that we can put too fine a piece on. I mean, not piece, but a too fine a point on that. What I'm doing because I can do it. I can go on whatever, but I don't need whatever to do what I'm doing. I don't need Brian to come out to do what I'm doing. I do, obviously I need, big name content creators, but those people will see value in what I'm offering, just like I see value in having them there. So it's mutually exclusive. Brian really doesn't have a lot of value in me going out there and being on whatever. Right? Like it's not I don't see the value in me going and being on whatever other than my personal vantage.
Well, and also, what good does it do you to be on a dating podcast, featured heavily when you're Mr. Patriarchy, you're talking more than just dating. You're not going to be pigeonholed to just dating,
Well, and Michigan Christian has a point, right? He does need men that can hold their own, but he has Andrew every other show, right? Like, so.
And if not every show, I mean, I've seen Andrew do back-to-back shows.
Yeah, he can. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing. Honestly, there's nothing that I offer Brian, and there's very little that he offers me beyond that I can't get from other sources. And you know what? Viking Paradigm, that's exactly what I'm trying to say here. Look, I'm not throwing that card away. I want to be involved with Brian. I enjoy talking to Brian. I think he's a cool dude. He's a little quirky, but I'm fucking quirky, right? So
it might just not be the best card to play right now.
I don't think it's the card to play right now. So I think the card to play right now is to do what I'm talking about doing, and it'll cost it costs me money, but that's okay. It's the right thing I think it's the right thing to do what I'm doing, and I think Viking can I think Viking has seen other things like this and knows that they can work. So,
I mean, Viking has been with Fresh and Fit from the beginning, and he's seen the progression, and he knows what will hit and what hasn't hit for them. If anybody has watched the trajectory and the growth of content creators and channels in this space, he has watched the history of it. He has seen it all.
Yeah,
through Fresh and Fit. And he's seen what's worked and what's not worked.
Yeah. Again, I'm not throwing the whatever card away. I think that there's a clearer path forward that I have more control over than going on whatever. That's the big thing. So, and really, there's no reason for me to go on there right now except to stroke my own vanity, which will be cool. But let's just look at the ROI, right? Let's say that it costs me 5 or 6 hours every single time that I want to go on there. Let's not even talk money or if I had to fly out there or whatever. Let's just say that I just called in and they put me on for an hour. If I gained a few subs, that's cool, I guess, but I'm probably not going to gain any. I might gain 10, 20, 30. If I do my event like I'm talking about and I gain 10,000 subs, that's a way better use of my time. And I'm not even saying I would gain. Even if I gain 1,000 subs, it's a way better use of my time. It seems like it's a pretty clear thing to me. Plus, I would love to involve Brian. I really would. I would love to get Brian out of California for a single show. So.
And not to forget the networking ability. Like networking with one person, is great. But then hosting an event like this where you're networking with potentially 12, 15, however many, you know, people end up coming, is huge, you know, and it's a bit, you know, better opportunity, more opportunity to, you know, to get the name out there and the brand and to collaborate. It's just good to cast a bigger net.
Yeah. Yep. Right. And Cam the King has a good point here. The average whatever viewer is not a viewer that would be a net positive for me. Right. Like, okay, of the, you know, 3,000 people they have live that would actually come over to the show, over to my stream, I don't know that it would. I can't make the numbers work in my head, guys. I just can't. I understand everybody else can. I understand if you were me, you know, all of this. And again, I'm not throwing the whatever card away. It's just going in the back pocket. It's a rainy day card, or you know, when I'm bigger, and I can pull more. You know, maybe I have a little bit better organization behind. I have no organization behind me right now. Look, I do it all, guys, and I'm not good at it. Right? I mean, I'm just not, and I know I'm not. So, you know, guys like Andrew has an entire organization behind him that he built. I don't have that.
Yeah, he has a team, and his team is like a primed, perfect engine. Just, you know, it's like the B12, just running perfect.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the cool thing about what I like about this overall is making it, if it does become the first year hits off really great and becomes an annual, let's say it starts off as an annual thing, just the ability to network, that's the biggest thing for me, and I see in this is because anytime I've done an event where I end up networking with people, I may never like do anything with these people right away, but 2-3 years down the road, I get a phone call. 2-3 years down the road, hey man, you know, remember this project that we were on? Yeah, man, I want you to, you know, come to, like, okay, when I did that script read a couple weeks ago for a film, what was it called? It was called I forgot, Ocean or Brave Ocean or something like that. About the swimmer that swam all 7 channels or whatever. That was done because of a networking event that opened the door to me being in the director's original film that went to Cannes Film Festival, who I end up helping shoot a scene for the film, and the creative director skills that I have, that allowed that. And it was just networking. But I met him originally at a networking event, several years before. And it's these networking event that really just open the doors.
Yeah,
you just never know.
I'm gonna roll through these real quick. Mr. The day show is great. It is. I'm not saying that I put out a bad product. I say that I'm not as good as I could be. I'm exceedingly critical of myself and what I put and the product I put out, and I know where the shortcomings are. As good I have made great strides. I'll be the first to admit it. I've made great strides in putting decent thumbnails together. My wife laughs her ass off at the thought of me doing AI, learning how to use AI to build thumbnails. Like, that's really funny to her. But I had to do it because I didn't have anyone else to do it. But that's an hour out of my day that I have to do a thumbnail, right? Every time I want to do a show, it's an hour or whatever. So that's bad. Music. I do all the music, all the videos that you guys see. The reason there hasn't been a new video intro is because I haven't had time to make one. I don't have a staff where I can just go, hey, dude, I need you to make this, right? And
the staff costs an overhead, you guys, like the cost of, staff
it takes
people
a team.
I mean,
Josie, it's Andrew's organization is a lot bigger than Mr. E and Rachel. I don't think Rachel actually works on the show at all.
Andrew's team is
huge.
I mean, his core, team is small, like 4 to 5, but beyond that, I mean, yes, absolutely, that's huge.
Creator?
But that's still, absolutely, that's huge for a single creator. I'm saying, it's not like 30 people deep that people may think when they, but it's like 4 to 5 core main people, and then from there, contributors and helpers, that want to, help. Maybe they can't necessarily send donos, but they have a skill set, and they offer their skill in support. I
know of at least one clips person that was literally just working for like, I don't know, membership or something. And now I think you and I were talking about that. That person is now hired on full time.
I know one person that's hired on full time for clips.
Besides you, besides who we know of.
besides
who we know of, right? Like I know
besides that we know of. I know one other person that he told me about, but I mean his team is not huge, as in like a bunch of people.
Sure,
but
it's a huge team. It's a huge team for one guy doing a podcast.
Exactly, because he gets to focus on the content, studying the material that he needs to study. He doesn't have to worry about sound and lighting, and
the guy that does the sound and lighting is fucking awesome.
Oh yeah, Mr. E.
Well, and there's the chicken guy too.
George. George is,
and George travels with him.
Yeah, I met George when they were out here a couple weeks ago, and just picking their brains and picking George's brain. I mean, that's as a creator, you just want to be able to focus on creating the content. If you don't have to focus on thumbnails, clips, timestamps, posting, social media, if you don't have to worry about that, and all you have to worry about is creating the content, good content, then your content is going to always be A grade. But what happens with content creators is that they have to do so much different jobs that normally they would pay other people to do.
I'm very well aware.
Like, we wear like 12 different hats,
that's why. If you're curious, that's why I don't put the money into the team, and to do the one-day event, I will gain the ability to pay a team, not out of my pocket, but out of the proceeds of the show. Does that make sense? For me, the reason I don't employ a team is the show makes me no money.
And what this actually does also, for you, Grid, it allows you to see the potential employees of a team that you would have available to you when that happens, when you have to take that next step to where you're hiring people. At least when we already do a convention, you already know what these people's skill set is, and their work ethic, and then you would have more faith in hiring somebody because you would know their capability. You know what I mean?
Cam the King, I say that not to be a dick, but I'm honest even when I should be, or that's probably when I shouldn't be. You don't run I do not, and he's saying you, meaning me, don't run a drama channel or create content off gossip. You're more focused on providing value for the viewer. value the we viewer. I can't get to the end of it, but look, I want to provide value for you guys. I really want you guys to have a good, to be part of a great show, and not, think I'm a fucking idiot all the time. That's a real thing for me.
Actionable information.
Yeah. Viking Paradigm says to win at the game, you need a team. That starts with the networking, so you have to have a good group to pick from. That's true. Andrew has a lot of players in the background that helps him. It's taken years for him to build that team. I'm trying to shortcut what Andrew's done in months instead of years. So just to say that. Yeah.
And Andrew has paved the way for a lot of people, and he's all about pulling his friends up. That
he has helped me more than I can tell you.
Yep. And he won't ever toot his horn about it. He won't ever brag about it. He won't even ever mention it.
Apparently Slash the Slayer wants to debate Josie.
Slash the Slayer. No idea.
Guys, you'll see links to GoFundMe for Glenn, Glenn's Cash App, and some other stuff. Glenn needs to recover from the unexpected financial event of having to go buy a new vehicle, and I'm sure there's going to be some other bills that he's going to need to pay. So if you
like an ambulance bill.
If you have a few bucks, throw it on his GoFundMe. He will absolutely appreciate it. He had he had a get out of California fund that no longer exists.
Yeah, my get out of California fund got depleted, unfortunately.
Yep. Michelle, Sarah says there's no way she could pay much. How much she would need to if I didn't help her. It's so much work, but I enjoy it, and I can take a break whenever I need. Yeah. And I don't really have anyone like that. Good evening, Grumple Stillskin. I didn't see you come in. I'm sorry. I'm trying to catch up on all these chats, man. You guys have been going off. General Specific has wandered in. Cam the King has some good comments here and there. Slash the Slayer.
Stillskin's the homie, of course.
You and Glenn tap the network y'all have created between creators. I see big shit happening in the future. That's my plan. Yes, all that Andrew asks in return is that you do not backbite him. That's a fair ask. I will not deal with backbiting on my side. I cut those people clean out of my life. I actually got called out for it on DPH's podcast the other night because I said I will not deal with backbiter or people of low character, and they were like, well, that's not very Christian of me. And I'm like, well, I'm not a good Christian, so I don't know what to tell you. I wish I were a better Christian, but I'm not, and I'll keep trying. Let's see. Viking Paradigm. Yeah, we're just talking. Now I'm all caught up. Excellent. I'm all caught up. Yes, it's been a while since I've seen Michelle on. I was actually remarking earlier today that I didn't know why she hadn't been on. Remember how I was digging your Stream Deck? Yes. Why? And Jade bought me one for my birthday. Oh, nice. The Stream Deck is actually really sweet. The knobs are really cool for the volume and stuff. I actually need to learn how to use it better, but I don't, so I need to. Yeah, I don't backbite anybody. I will literally tell you, if you piss me off, you're going to know, because I will literally tell you, right, Josie? And if I don't want to tell you, I just tell you, look, you pissed me off. I don't want to tell you why. Just stay out of my way for a little while. Right, Josie? Isn't that how I work? I don't backbite. I will tell you to your face that you pissed me off. So, a lot of focus on Mod Monday the last couple of weeks, and the kids went back. Yeah. I mean, my kids are back in school too. That's a big deal. But Josie pisses me off about once every 3 months, I think. So we're on a schedule. Mental torture for I have not said why. We've not had an opportunity to have an actual discussion. We will. So yeah. It's not a weekly basis. It's like every 2 or 3 months, Josie pisses me off. So yeah. Yeah. Loyalty is a hard thing to find built into one nowadays. I see too many creators burn bridges. Yeah, that's true. I do too. So Mr. You're right. We do need as many right-leaning channels as we can get. Look, guys, the data clearly shows that more and more people are having, I won't say less sex. They're having, less sex outside of marriage. They're waiting. They're choosing their partners more carefully. Things are going in the right direction, and largely due to the influence of social media channels like Andrew, like Brian. Brian actually, I don't care who hates his channel. He's kind of doing the Lord's work over there, making fun of the 304s. So, we can't really give up. And we've got to have people. We have to support people that go out and do good things. Yes, Brian is an epic level troll. Absolutely, he is. And there's no reason for him not to be, because he does it in such a way that ends up in a very positive manner. So I love the way Brian trolls. So, yeah. I missed something there. You okay over there, Glenn?
Oh yeah. I'm just messaging Are We Not Men?
The same way Mr. E and Andrew piss each other off. Stop drama farming. Yeah. Mr. E has a temper. I don't know if you knew that. He has a temper. He's the most angry Canadian I've ever met. So, just saying.
Okay. Yeah, let's see. I know, Josie. Actually, I was just about to tell Gray I'm about to take off in the next 5 minutes. That way, if anybody wanted, to ask any final questions, or anything.
You may pay me in gold, Mr. Boulay. You may pay me in gold coinage.
Heck yeah.
I will accept that from Mr. Boulay.
Yes, sir. I mean, I'll take a brick if you have one just laying around. A gold brick. And I don't really need to I won't spend anything. I just want to take the interest just for holding it for you.
Yeah.
So one thing that I'm probably gonna set a fire and walk away.
That's fine.
But you know how I like to start some shit and then leave you with it.
Yeah, why not?
One thing that I noticed, after through this accident is that the lack of like consequence for shit that we have, I guess, been beaten in our heads that we must have, like a driver's license, insurance, right? Registration, current registration, right? Most of those things are considered fix-it tickets, right? But if you get involved in a car accident and you don't have them, it's still a minor issue, and they're not punished as severe as you would think they should be. Like, so the guy that hit me the other day, suspended driver's license, no insurance in the vehicle, right? And it's like, wait a minute. He shouldn't have been driving, right? Why does he think that it's worth the risk of driving? Because he knows if he didn't get in a car accident, and let's say he got stopped for speeding or something along those lines, it would be a fix-it ticket as long as the vehicle was registered in his name, right? So there's no consequence for people doing these, to obey basic laws. And then what ends up happening is that this person doesn't have insurance or a valid license and they hit you. Sure, the cop can arrest him, but that's actually more paperwork for that police officer in the long run, which is
be out in an hour.
Yeah, it's not going to be any. Now, if there was like a death, involved in the accident, or if the vehicle was reported stolen, or if he was drunk or under the influence, okay, he's breaking a law and he doesn't have a valid license. That's more worth it for the police officer, right?
Yeah.
But like the guy that hit me, the cop ran all his information, find out none of it's valid, and pretty much gave him a site, like the accident report, set paperwork to be able to go get the accident report from the police station, like the number, like they're on their card, and
the report number.
Yeah, the report number and everything, incident report number, and it's like that's it. He's allowed to go on his own way. Like he could either get his vehicle towed or he could, drive it off. Like that. That's all. That's all.
Yeah, that's all they get.
And it's like, what the hell? Like that's like, but where's the deterrent? Oh, I just make sure I got to pay attention to the traffic next time so I don't end up having to deal with any of that shit. That's it. There's no real deterrent for any of this stuff. So what's the point of going to the DMV and getting a license?
Well, the thing is that someone like you or I, and this has actually happened to me, if I get pulled over, I would get arrested, right? Like if I got pulled over and I didn't have my driver's license and I didn't have proper tags and registration and my insurance turned out to be bogus, I would be they would take me to jail, and I think we all know that,
Well, also because you would have a bunch of weapons in your cars with you, so
well,
they would have to be able to ID who the person is that owns these weapons. So I could
there
see
would be
that.
extenuating circumstances in my case because I would actually have weapons with me, but
no, it just seems like there's no deterrent for people to, and so then you wonder why we have so many people unlicensed driving, and because there's no deterrent. There's no hard and fast, punishment that they have to pay. And I went through this with my motorcycle accident years ago. the guy that hit me wasn't licensed for the vehicle that he was driving. He was a mechanic, and he allegedly hit me in a vehicle that he was quote unquote working on for a customer. That customer just happened to be his wife. So his business insurance wouldn't cover it because they said, well, no, it's a personal vehicle, you know? And he wasn't on his wife's AAA insurance. So even though it was his wife's vehicle that he was quote unquote working on, they're just like, well, he wasn't authorized to drive this vehicle through her insurance. And then his business insurance is saying, hey, that's a personal vehicle. It's a marriage vehicle. We're not covering it. It's not a client's vehicle. So it was like, I learned that like there's loopholes that these guys could get through to where they don't face any consequences, you know? And like right now I'm suing his insurance company for a bad faith claim. Yeah. But it's like to have to go through all these steps rather than people just being accountable for the shit that they do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. And having to face the consequences. Because like you said, you, I, the average Joe is going to end up having to pay for it. We would end up paying out the wazoo if we end up, you know, hitting an illegal or someone that was unlicensed and we were at fault. Oh, guarantee you we're paying.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but
yeah. So out in California, just recently, they had a well, I mean, by recently, I mean, I think maybe 2 or 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago, they actually had a deal where they were talking about how, and somebody said it in the chat, if a broke person or a legal or whatever takes a crap on a sidewalk right in front of a cop, he doesn't get arrested. But if you or I were to step off the curb and jaywalk, we're going to get a ticket, right? So laws are actually only for people who can afford them.
Laws are only for people that can the police or the authorities can impose a consequence to and collect from, basically. Yeah. Like so, if you're poor, and in a way, if you're poor, you're like the richest person in the world because there's no penalty. Why they're not going to waste their time, you know, trying to squeeze a dime out of you when they know they ain't going to get shit. They're going to waste more time and man hours on the whole process of filling out the paperwork and the, you know, filing the court, you know, stuff. Yeah. And no, right. So they're just like, yeah, we'll let these, you know, juvenile delinquents go ahead and rob up to $999 in a store, you know, that way we don't have to do paperwork. But guarantee if you happen to, you know, steal, you know, or shoplift one thing, even if let's say it's by accident, you didn't know it was in your cart still, right? They will throw the book at you because why? Because they know that you would end up being someone that they could get to pay.
Right. And so here's the thing. And this is a real thing. So when you have barely enough money to survive, the law is punishing.
Yep.
If you have no money, the law is meaningless.
Yep.
If you have a fair amount of money, a decent amount of money, certain laws become meaningless. You know, like you know, and there's a
if you're above average, if you're above,
yeah. You know, so there's an entire somewhere I don't know, I don't remember where it was posted, but there's an entire diatribe about how, and I'm not going to say who wrote it, about how speeding tickets are meaningless if you know, because it's less than the cost of even hiring a lawyer for some people.
Yeah, no, I just end up just paying that. I don't even contest it.
At that point, the speed limit is meaningless. It doesn't matter if I will break, you know,
if I go 5 over or 10 over.
Yeah, if I do 100 in a 70,
well,
it's irrelevant because I'm just going to take the ticket and I'm just going to go. Right.
Well, no, then if they end up doing a felony, you get to that point where you're hitting 100 over, that's a felony speeding ticket, right? And
I mean, just without admitting anything in a I'm just hypothetically saying that if I were doing double the posted speed limit and I got pulled over, the ticket was less than even hiring an attorney would cost, so that it didn't matter. I would, and I literally drove off, and I immediately, in theory.
Now, I remember a time where I did end up going triple digits, getting pulled over by state police, and the guy I was doing a recall. We got recalled. We had to respond back to the base by X amount of time, and be there for count and whatever. Yeah. And we got recalled. I was about 20 minutes out. I knew that it was going to be a shit show going through the gate, and I'm going like 102 on the highway. This is in Wyoming, right? Oh, yeah, I-25, right? Yeah, Colorado State Police didn't give a shit about me. Yeah. As soon as I crossed over into Wyoming, dude like flagged me right behind, and he literally followed me, and I just got off on my exit as I normally would. I just slowed down, but I didn't just pull over immediately. I got off on my exit. He saw I was in uniform. He just wrote me a ticket for 95 rather than the triple digit, and he's like, just pay it. Slow down. So sometimes the cops will work with you, but if you end up getting a felony stop, I know people that have gotten a felony stop going.
Yeah, but you have to do something pretty, if you don't pull over right away, if you run, you're going to get your felony stop. But I passed so again, well, I guess, it's so long, the statute of limitations is meaningless now, but I literally, I was doing 115, and I was running through traffic like just knife through hot butter, and I had this cop car, and it was pretty late. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning, maybe midnight. I think it was 1 o'clock, but doesn't matter. And I come flying up on this car, and right about the time I was like, those look like reflective letters. And right about the time I thought, the only cars that have reflective letters are cop cars. He flashed his blue lights one time as if to say, if you pass me, you're fucked. And so I didn't pass him. So a few years later, kind of a similar situation, except it was daytime. I was doing about 100, 100 and something. I just drove right by the cop. I didn't even slow down. It wasn't even in my, I just didn't care. And I went by the cop, and he got behind me. I didn't think he was going to follow me, to be honest with you. I went by him so fast that I didn't think he was going to follow me, but I went over a hill, and as I'm coming down the hill, I see him crest the hill, and he's coming in behind me, and I could see the lights then. And I saw his lights on, so I just pulled over and waited for him. And he got behind me. He's like, I got you at 120 or whatever it was. And I'm like, really? That's cool. I honestly didn't think this car would go that fast. And he said, no, I got you dead to rights at 120 plus or whatever. I said, okay, cool. He's like, why'd you pull over? And I'm like, well, I always pull over when red lights are behind me, red and blues are behind me, just in case you guys have somewhere important to be. I never admitted that I was speeding, not even one time. And he's like, I have you dead to rights. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I learned one time never to joke about when they ask you, do you know why I pulled you over? Yeah, don't say because they thought because don't say that, and don't say that they wanted to ask you out on a date, regardless of the gender.
I thought you looked cute in uniform. Don't say that. Yeah, it's bad.
Don't say like you probably thought I looked good and you want to ask me out on a date.
Yeah, and
don't say that. That's not going to be.
Yeah, don't say anything. So I kind of played like that. I never admitted I was speeding. He's like, you were going really fast. I'm like, I'm not really sure I would consider that really fast, but okay, I'm not really sure what you saw.
Like what sucks is funny is like I always get like the best grace when it comes to like speeding. Like my wife, she can't go over 5 miles an hour without her getting hit like and flagged by a cop pulling her over. Like she has no fucking luck whatsoever. It's sad. Like we're driving from Kansas to Washington and she gets 2 tickets just getting into Arizona. She ended up passing on the wrong lane. I guess in Arizona, you cannot pass in the right lane. You can only pass in the left lane. And there was a slow 18-wheeler.
That's actually most states.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I never paid attention to that law. I just fucking go for
You're
it.
not supposed to, in Tennessee, it used to be that it was illegal to pass on the right.
Well, yeah, I know it's typically illegal to pass on the right, but I figured like if the left lane is clogging up traffic, right, and slowing traffic down, then it's better to move, past them. Well, anyways, like she gets pulled over for passing on the wrong lane, and then literally an hour or 2 hours later, because she drove that leg because I was sleeping. She gets pulled over again for speeding. And she's like, I'm done driving. You're driving the rest of the trip. Right. And so I'm driving and I'm going like 195. And all he sees the cops just like turn on their lights and then turn them off to let me know, like, hey, I'm clocking you. You're going a little too fast. Slow the fuck down. And I just slow down.
Like if you keep going, I'm going to give you a ticket.
Yeah. I just like took my foot off the brake or gas and just slow down.
Yeah.
And just kind of cruised it down, and then they were cool with it. No ticket.
I had a friend of mine.
She can't do shit.
I'll have to get my friend on the show. He had a 940. We both had 944s back in the day, and he's a race car driver as well. And he went from Birmingham to like Ohio or something, and I think he got 6 tickets over 100 in one day.
I'm surprised he still had any points on his license.
Well, I mean, it's one day. Like none of them had been reported yet. And it took him like a year to sort it out. And but even today, like I'm not afraid of a speeding ticket anymore because I know I'm just gonna pay it. Like I was, coming home from the airport.
I don't like the points though. Like the points could end up, costing you your license maybe at some point.
Last night I was coming back from the airport and I was more or less flowing with traffic. I was going a little bit fast, but I was probably doing 88, 90, somewhere along in there. But I'm in an old man. Well, not an old man. I'm in a Mercedes. It's silver. You can't get more nondescript, like it's an old man car. So I just don't even think half the time I don't even think cops pay any attention to me at all. Like literally every vehicle I have is anti, it's like anti-cop. Cops just don't notice it. I drive a white Chevy pickup, right?
Yeah.
And now I have gotten pulled over twice in it, and both times I just got a warning. They didn't actually clock me; they just knew I was going over the speed limit.
Yeah. Hey, great. I'm about to bounce.
You're out. You're out. You're gonna go meet up with Josie, do IRL stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna go meet up with
Drive
Josie.
carefully, bro. You still sound a little fucked up. I'm just gonna be honest.
I'm probably not driving, so
okay, that's good.
I'll either get like my brother to drive or my cousin to drive, who's over here visiting, anyways. So yeah, I'm about to go over there. Just making sure my gimbal's loaded, ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
But I won't start streaming until next week. Like I told everybody, I'm taking the rest of this week off to kind of get my legs back from underneath me, get through this first week of PT, and just kind of really see how many hours I could sit down, straight,
sure, before
having to gauge to know how long my streams are going to be. You know what I'm saying? Coming back. So,
well, I'll be streaming tomorrow night again. I'm gonna try and flesh out some more of the show, the event stuff tomorrow.
Yeah, no, we'll touch base tomorrow during the day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, do that.
And what I'll do is like I'll hit you up with the Zoom link, and I will have the AI assistant literally jot down the notes for us that we say. That way they end up making it's pretty cool. Like it's like a personal assistant, and they hear all the information that we say, and then they make notations of it for us to reflect on later. So I'll have that set up so where we could just talk and let the AI take all the notes. But I just want to again say thank you to everybody that has reached out and has wished me well in recovery, and who has contributed to the GoFundMe, and who has even just asked how they could be of any help. I really wasn't expecting that. Andrew reached out to me. He's like, whatever you need, man, you let me know. We'll help you where we can. We'll get what you need. We just want to see you healthy and back at it again. So, it's good to have, good friends like that, and good people that value you, and that you value and value you equally. It's great to see that in hard times or difficult times like this, people will just come out of the woodworks to help you. To me, that just kind of shows the level of impact that you have on them and they have on you. And it's truly a blessing, to know that all you guys that have reached out to me and have supported me through this time. And again, thank you is all I could say, but it just doesn't even, my gratefulness can't be expressed in words alone. So thank you guys again for all that.
Yeah. Well, be careful, man.
Will do. You guys, somebody come up here and have, the rest of this show with Grid before he ends up, bringing Michelle up, and they're going to talk about all the videos people want to know.
It's actually almost time for me to turn into a pumpkin. I may bring Michelle up for a few minutes because she hasn't been on in a while, and I'm sure the audience misses her nature.
They want Michelle's dirty DJ hour.
Yeah, probably. I don't know.
Hey, you know what? We love Michelle. Michelle's amazing. Thank you, Michelle. I do feel getting better. Just got a little bit of work ahead of us, but we'll get there.
Yeah.
But all right, guys, you guys have a good one. I am out.
All right, man. See ya. Be
Peace.
Cool. All right, guys. So Glenn is on his way. On his way to wherever he's going. So, excellent. All right, Siege, you can head on out with Glenn. And we'll have a good time for the next little bit. If Michelle would like to come up, she's welcome to. Otherwise, we're going to start winding this show down. If anybody has any more comments, questions, or etc. about the event that I'm going to put on, I'm glad to answer as much as I can. With what information I have currently. So beyond that, I don't know what more I can add to it or whatever. So, oh, Nick, you didn't hear. Going to put on an event, aiming kind of for like the October 12th weekend. Probably have about 9 content creators, like probably 4 top shelf big names, maybe 3, probably 4, and a total of about 9 content creators, including myself and Glenn. So, like 7 creators, top shelf people. I have a 1-day conference of sorts where we would have, where I'm going to rent an event hall, well, not an event hall, but a podcast studio with the ability to have a live studio audience. We're going to sell tickets to it so that if you happen to want to come to Nashville, you can come watch the content being made live and then interact with the creators as there is time to do so. And there's some other cool stuff too. Are you with that AI? What AI are we talking about? Yeah, you have to actually be careful with AI because you have to be, the AI is unless it's copyrighted, then it's, not necessarily yours. Oh yeah. I mean, look, we have a very select list of people who will be involved. And, but the, and we are, there's a little bit of, people who have the same outlooks, but slightly different worldviews. So there will be a little bit of back and forth. I don't want people to just like, not talk, just the, yeah. Yeah, the phones aren't the best for Streamlabs. StreamYard, I think, works better on phones, but I've had pretty good luck on the phone with Streamlabs. So sorry. Yeah, it ought to be really cool. I went in depth with it earlier. Basically the event will be, it's a 1-day event, technically, maybe 2 days. The first day we'll have a morning show, an afternoon show, and an evening show. Yeah, Michelle, that's fine. That's no big deal. I'm glad to see you back out here. And, I was actually kind of wondering what, if something had happened or whatever. But you're totally cool. And then the, Nick, the way it'll go is we'll have a morning show, an afternoon show, an evening show. The next day I'm going to take the people who want to go to the range. We might go out on the boats. There may be some other things that could happen. On Sunday, one of the things I'd like to have happen is I've the only creator that I've mentioned is Brian, because I would love Brian to come out and do a whatever live in Nashville. That would be fucking awesome. And we'll see if he can do it, if he wants to do it. And if not, that's cool too. And we've got some corporate interest already. Like literally, we'd only been like Glenn and I brainstormed this out last night. We did a little bit this afternoon, but this morning, or actually, I guess this afternoon, we're I was talking to somebody else, and they're like, "Hey, we've got some corporate people that might be interested in being a part of this as well." So there's a real possibility that we can get that I have some corporate types, CEOs mostly, that will want to get in, and we're gonna have some fun with it, man. We're gonna have some fun with it. So, yeah, it's gonna be a good time. Your VIP pass must be in the mail. Well, nobody's getting VIP passes yet. There's probably potential for it, because one of the things we're going to have to do is we're going to have to have a production crew. Glenn is going to be running that aspect of it. So I haven't actually even thought, we have not put any thought into that. So that is something that needs some thought put into it. So, oh, you're in Canadian land. That's right. I forgot about that. So, all right, guys. So should we raid Speakeasy or Andrew? Who should we raid? The choice is yours. On the one hand, it's like Andrew's like doing TikTok invasion, which is fucking cool. On the other hand, verbal combat's pretty cool. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Any input? What's the story, Morning Glory? $5 comes in from Project VO Pod. Thanks, Jake. Been tuning into yours and Andrew's stream. I love this idea. Andrew needs to be involved. He is a big supporter of small content creators. Yeah, absolutely. If at all possible, I will have Andrew. I mean, it's obvious that I consider Andrew a friend, and he has helped me a lot. So there is no way that I would not repay him by that. Yes. So, all right. Well, we'll throw the. We're going to go ahead and end the stream, guys. And I'm going to send you guys over to the Andrew raid of Speakeasy, or not raid, but whatever, of Speakeasy. You guys have a great night. It's been a good show. Tomorrow night should be a little better. It'll be a little bit more coherent, less stuff going on. And